Meeting in progress. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Clerk's laptop, sound check. Clerk's laptop, sound check. And we are back.
We are live. Good morning, February the 11th, 2021. We're at the General Issues Committee in the midst of budgets. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during the meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or to make comments. I will now begin a roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Farr. Councillor Nan.
Good morning, present.
Good morning. Councillor Marula.
Morning, Madam Deputy Mayor. I must say, Billy Joe Marula is a little rambunctious today. I don't plan on speaking too much. My boy is a little rambunctious, so I want to make sure that I tell you that in advance in case he starts using that squeegee toy again.
Oh, Billy Joel.
Indeed, Billy Joe Marula.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Present.
Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Councillor Pauls.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Danko.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Pearson.
Present. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Councillor Ferguson. I see Councillor Ferguson. Yep. Oh, and Councillor Clark is here as well. Thank you. Councillor Van Der Beek.
Thank you. I am present, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning. I am here.
Good morning. Madam Clerk, we are on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there are changes to today's agenda. Added communication items 4.1 through 4.6 are all respecting the Hamilton Police budget with the exception of one from Stephanie Brash, which is respecting Just Recovery Hamilton. They are from Haley Reep, Tori Tizard, Sasha Katz, Laura Katz, and Heather South. As well, we have a staff presentation, item 6.1, the council referred and business cases. Added discussion items, item 7.11, the women's shelter and support investment options, HCS 20061. This was referred from the Emergency and Community Services Committee. Item 7.12, neighbor to neighbor funding update, FCS 21006. And added item 7.13, increased municipal law and parking enforcement in the waterfall areas across the city, the pilot program. And that's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Nan. All those in favor or opposed? Set. Councillor Collins. Councillor Ferguson. Vote is closed. Survey says 13-0. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Councillor Pauls, I recognize you, please.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. The communication 4.1 to 4.46 and motion 8.2, I have a conflict of interest because my son is HPS for the city of Hamilton. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I see no further declarations. Item 3, approval of the minutes from February the 8th. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favor of or opposed the approval of the minutes? Oops, my e-scribe just shut down. Oh, there it goes.
Councillor Farr, I've marked you in. So, oh, no, thank you. I got it.
Councillor Pauls? Oh, yes, thank you. Vote is closed. That carries 14-0. Thank you. Communication items. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the communications items on the floor? Oops. Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Any discussion with respect to any of the communication items? I see none. Thank you. We'll have an e-vote on those items, please. It was Councillor Marula and Councillor Johnson. Thank you. The vote will be up momentarily. It is up now. Councillor Pauls?
Should I have it separated? Because there's only 4 and the one I should vote yes. Should I put abstain in all of them?
Through you, Councillor Pauls, the vote is closed with the exception of you. If you want me to restart it and separate them, I can, or you can mark abstain.
Okay, I'll mark abstain then.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
That vote carries 13 with 1 abstention. Thank you. We're on to presentation. 6.1 on your agenda, council referred items and business cases. We have Mike Zagaric here, who is our General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services. We also have Public Works staff in attendance who will speak to the items. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Zagaric, please, and thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And good morning to you and Mayor Eisenberger and councillors. And as I'm just loading up my presentation, I'll just remind committee members the intent for today's presentation, as well as provide a bit of a roadmap as it relates to the balance of our 2021 operating budget process. Apologize here. So just take another minute to share this.
Sorry, on that front, Mr. Zagaric, you'll be telling us what the objectives are to be achieved today?
I will, yes.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would like to say I can multitask here, but I think I better share this properly before I get into the objectives for today.
No, of course.
I just have a problem getting this to a full screen, so
Yep.
I'll just take one more minute here.
Yep.
There we go.
Thank you. Perfect.
Again, thanks for your patience. Again, the intent for today is to, as the presentation identifies, is to provide some additional content around business cases, council referred items. Staff are available today to answer any questions committee members might have with respect to the business cases and council referred items. In addition, you will see in the presentation that there is a slide that identifies the amendments that committee has approved to date, as well as some further potential amendments towards reducing the 2021 operating budget levy. And as it relates to the process going forward, we do have a February 22nd GIC set aside, budget GIC set aside to provide a report regarding the 2020 assessment growth position. As well, we hope to provide a bit of a forecast as it relates to the Safe Restart funds that we will be utilizing in 2020, as well as what funds may be available to offset 2021 COVID-related impacts. Further to the 22nd budget GIC, we have a February 25th budget GIC set aside to provide a report on the possible establishment of a tax on vacant residential properties. As well, it may be appropriate at that time to bring forward the staff recommendations report. So just for the benefit of you, Madam Deputy Mayor, as well as committee members, staff are not anticipating committee members to deliberate on the staff recommendation report today. And that will lead into some dates that are set aside for the first week of March in case those are necessary. And currently, we are reflecting a council budget approval on March 31st. Given what I've just described as it relates to reports on February 22nd and 25th, I will suggest that maybe we work with the clerk's office in that there are not many outstanding reports that we are looking to bring forward. So there may be an opportunity to release one of those dates and to bring all those reports forward to, for instance, the February 25th, and at which time we can bring forward the recommendation report subject to any further requests coming from committee today or prior to February 25th. So again, the intent for today is to provide committee members additional information as required as relates to business cases council referred. You also will see on your agenda that there are volunteer committee recommended budgets, and I just want to highlight that those are reflected in my presentation. And as Stephanie has identified, there are some potential amendments to reflect those volunteer committee budget recommendations. So again, you'll see in my slide presentation the opportunity to action the recommendations coming from the volunteer committees. As well, you'll see in the slide presentation opportunities to reflect the budgets that were submitted from boards and agencies that will require some financial adjustments, as well as the opportunity to reflect a reduction or savings that's tied to some provincial funding, additional provincial funding for children's services. And I believe we introduced that at our last budget GIC. But I'll take committee members through that through my slide presentation. And through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think that's a bit of a summary for today and the path forward as it relates to the budget process. As I mentioned, Council has approved a series of amendments, and you'll see those highlighted in the slide that's before you. We started the budget process off in December with the dissemination of our budget documents, and at that time we were reflecting a 2.9% residential tax increase. And you'll see that over the past number of weeks and through information that staff presented to committee members, there were some further reductions of about $4.7 million. That took our 2.9% residential tax increase to about a 2.4% position. Beyond those approved amendments, you'll see 4 potential amendments that staff are presenting to committee today. One is a housekeeping item. When the budget documents were prepared, there was a amendment made striking a FTE. The FTE relates to permit intake coordinator. And while this position is fully funded from building permit revenues, the position was wrongly eliminated from the 2021 recommended budget. So our colleagues in Planning and Economic Development are asking committee members for the approval to reinstate that FTE. And you'll see that it has a net levy 0 impact as it's fully funded from building permit revenues. You'll recall from our last committee meeting There was a update in December as it relates to provincial funding, one-time funding for children's services. There is an opportunity to leverage a portion of that funding towards reducing our administrative costs for children's services, and you'll see what is before you is a reduction in the levy of approximately $990,000. We've consulted with our colleagues in Healthy and Safe Communities, and staff are recommending incorporating the full reduction as part of the 2021 budget process. So again, if committee were to approve this, this would be a reduction of short of $1 million to the 2021 levy. The next item references boards and agencies. I'll just remind committee members when the budget documents were presented, we reflected the guideline of committee as it relates to boards and agencies, and that was a 2% increase. The Hamilton Police Services and other boards and agencies have now presented their recommended and requested budgets to committee members. And so what you see before you is a required an amendment to align to those requested budgets of just short of $1.3 million. And that's principally tied to the requested Hamilton Police Services budget. And the final amendment that's before you, as I mentioned, you have a number of companion reports on the agenda today from volunteer committees as it relates to their requested 2021 budgets. And the requested budgets that are before you today would represent, if committee were to approve them, would represent a reduction to the levy of $108. So those are the 4 amendments that's before committee today for consideration. 3 have levy impacts, and you'll see that it would net contribute to a small increase to the levy. And again, we're in the hands of committee today as to whether or not committee wishes to move on any or all of those potential amendments. And you'll see on the slide before you, if committee were to approve the potential amendments, our current residential municipal tax impact position would be 2.4%. I do have some further updates as it relates to education, tax rates, and assessment growth. You'll recall from previous committee members, we were expecting to have this information in the month of February. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, there will be a report as it relates to assessment growth, our 2020 assessment growth, and we're expecting to bring that forward in that period of February 22nd to 25th. As well, we've received correspondence from the province of Ontario with respect to the education tax rate, and as well, we're reflecting some tax policy. So I'll take committee through each of these updates or these factors. So again, our current position is 2.4% residential municipal tax impact. When we prepared our budget documents, we had assumed a 1% assessment growth for 2020. Our actual assessment growth is 1.2%. So the update today reflects the additional 0.2%. As I mentioned previously, we've received an update as it relates to the education tax rates, and incorporating now the education tax rates to reflect a total property tax impact. To date, we've focused on the municipal portion of the property tax. Now incorporating in the education portion for a total property tax impact, you'll see that the education tax impact provides relief of approximately 0.3%. The impact of levy restrictions, this is tied to, and committee members will recall these constraints from previous years. There are restrictions as it relates to certain classes within the city of Hamilton. One of those classes is the industrial class. The province sets thresholds, property ratios, that fairness ratios, and in the case where municipalities tax ratios exceed that ceiling or threshold, the municipality is restricted in only passing on 50% of the levy increase onto that class. We have one one property class that falls within that restriction, and that's our industrial property class. As well, committee members may recall that since 2016, the provincial government has restricted municipalities in Ontario on passing on any reassessment impacts or levy impacts to the multi-residential class. And those two restrictions result in a transfer of approximately 0.1% onto the residential property owners. So again, what you see before you is some positive news as it relates to 2020 assessment growth, providing 0.2% relief, education providing 0.3% relief, and offsetting those two factors is the restrictions on the industrial property class as well as the multi-residential property class, which results in an additional 0.1% for the residential class. So in reflecting those updates, our current position now is a 2% residential tax impact for 2021. Again, staff are available today to answer any questions committee members may have on council referred items. You'll see that there are 6 council referred items. Again, these are items that went before a standing committee, and the standing committee recommended to council, and council subsequently referred these items to the budget process. You'll see that at the bottom of this slide, if all of the council referred items were to be approved, that would represent an additional 0.1% tax impact. Also, you'll see that in Public Works, there is a to be determined council referred item, and I believe this relates to the sidewalk snow clearing, as it will likely not have an impact for 2021. And while it may have an impact for 2022, it will principally have an impact in 2023 for the 2023 winter season if it were to be approved. As well, you'll see there's some additional content as it relates to gross and net, as well as FTE information. And at the end of the presentation, we're happy to provide any additional information through staff as it relates to any of these items. In addition to the council referred, senior leadership team has put forward a limited number of business cases for committee's consideration as part of the 2021 budget process, a total of 3 business cases representing approximately $700,000 in additional investments and 13 FTEs. If these were to be approved, these as well would represent an additional 0.1% tax impact. You can see some further information as it relates to these 3 business cases. And again, staff are available today to speak to these business cases if committee has any questions. And as I mentioned at the start of today, we do have some dates set aside for budget deliberations, February 22nd and February 25th. Given the number of reports that we have set out to bring to committee on those 2 dates, I'm going to suggest that staff work with clerks to see whether or not there's a potential benefit of incorporating all that information on one committee date and potentially releasing one of those dates, either the 22nd or 25th. As well, there are budget GIC dates set aside for the first week of March if required, and currently we are projecting a council approval the end of March. I think Councillor Ferguson asked me at our last committee meeting if committee were in a position to approve the recommendation report on February 25th. Could staff work towards a earlier budget approval? My update to committee today is we think we could. And if there is a potential to have the recommendation report approved on February 25th, we could look to turn around. And if it was the will of council to bring that forward on March 3rd, and rather than having a GIC, the potential for a special council meeting to approve the 2021 budget. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's the update I have for committee today. Happy to answer any questions committee members might have with respect to the amendments, and the update. And as I've mentioned previously, staff are available to speak to the council referred or business cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I know some of these business cases, we haven't discussed them in a while. So as you've referenced, I know, for example, Mr. Soldo is available on the Public Works, and a number of other staff are who may wish to give a review to remind us of the particulars. I am going to go to, pardon me, question from members. And I have Councillor Collins up first, and I understand Councillor Collins' internet is a bit choppy, so we'll do the best we can. I have some also written comments from him I can relay if he's all right, if his internet goes down. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As noted in the chat there, I need to declare, as Mike has disclosed, the boards and agency line is related to police operating. I need to declare an interest to prevent a conflict, Madam Chairman, if you don't mind, as my sister is a member of Hamilton Police Service. I would also like to move the balance of those, Mike. So just to be clear, you need a motion on the other line items that are included in slide 2 in order to move those issues forward.
Yep. So through you, Madam. Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We do need a action with respect to the 3 remaining items. The first having a net levy impact of 0, but it would reinstate a full-time equivalent position, and a reduction of approximately just short of $1 million relating to provincial funding for children's services. And the final is aligning to the volunteer committee budgets that are before you today as standing reports on today's agenda.
Okay, so Madam Chair, if you, at the appropriate time, if you would come back to me as a mover on those, excluding the boards and agencies / police reference.
I need to speak.
And on the enhancements, Mike, just to be clear, the Healthy and Safe Communities, is that the women's shelter enhancement that was passed through Emergency Community Services, the subcommittee that we established, as well as GIC, and then forwarded on to this process for approval?
Apologize for that. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That is the first item under council referred items. You'll see the expanding housing and support services for women and transgender community. And that was a recommendation from the subcommittee.
Okay. And Madam Chair, if you would come back to me at the appropriate time, I would move that as an enhancement today. And then just to be clear, the sidewalk removal issue that you've presented to us, Mike, that one is that is a 2-year process, so you'd need to give direction now in order to get it ready for the next winter maintenance season, to be clear. So that one will be presented in 2 phases, the first phase of which you have listed here. Is that correct?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'd invite Edward Soldo to provide any clarification. What you have before you is, you'll see on slide 6, is to be determined. The updates or information that staff have provided in the past is that while committee may deliberate on this, it would not be implemented for 2021. And there is question whether or not it could be implemented for the last quarter of 2022. So again, I would just invite Edward if he has any additional information as to whether or not this would be principally a 2023 budget impact or potentially a 2022-2023 budget impact.
So I think I would need to know from clerks, I just need to know procedurally, if today this is approved, does that mean that is the new policy and next year it's really not up for debate, it's really implementation? Or if it's approved today, is there still an opportunity to understand next budget season whether we're going forward with it? If today is the fork in the road where it's yes or no on this, then I know what I'd like to move. But if this is just letting it, we're kicking it down the road so it lives another day and it'll be discussed later, then that's a different story.
Through you, Madam.
I'm going to ask Elsie Paparella to speak, and then we've referenced Mike, but we've also referenced Mr. Soldo. So, okay.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, with respect to the Public Works Sidewalk Clearing Program, if it's not applicable to 2021, it would just wait until 2022 or 2023 to be voted on. We wouldn't vote outside of this year. We could refer it to the next year, but just a heads up with respect to page 2, the volunteer committees. You will see that they are on your agenda as well as items 7.1 to 7.10. So in order to avoid duplication, we would vote on those agenda items rather than in the amendment. So on page 2, you could vote on the first 3 items, but the volunteer committees would be separate. As well on page 6 of the amendment for the expanding housing and support services, that's item 7.11 on the agenda. So in order to not duplicate that as well, we would vote on that when we got to that item.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
Okay. It does, yeah. So I think I'd feel more comfortable then. I'll wait, as Clerk just mentioned, in terms of when they were appropriately on the agenda. And my intent on the snow removal would be to receive it at that time. Thanks. Those are my questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to look for to the clerk. The issue of snow removal has been raised, but I don't know if we want to seek clarification from staff or go to the speakers list as presented.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, you should go to the speakers list. We'll answer all the questions first. And then once we go through, we'll go through to the appropriate pages. I've been noted in your roadmap after we receive the presentation. So after all the speakers, to call on me, and we'll go to pages 2, 6, and 9, and I'll walk through those accordingly. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have on the speakers list next, I have Councillor Jackson and Councillor Nan. I also have a note here though from Councillor Partridge. So I don't know if she wants to be on the speakers list. Is that, she is? Okay. Is Councillor Partridge next, Lauren?
Yeah, that's what I had put on the chat, please.
Okay. We have, I'm going to defer to the clerks. We have Councillor Jackson next. Then we have Councillor Jackson, Councillor Nan, then Councillor Partridge. Councillor Jackson.
That doesn't get me into a battle with Ward 15 by going first, does it, Deputy Mayor?
There are no battles.
Thank you. Okay.
We'll save that for Family Feud.
Okay. Well done, touche. Okay, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I just have some procedural questions quickly. General Manager Zegeric, thank you for the updates. Madam Deputy Mayor, on the council referred items and the business cases, at least my preference would be at the appropriate time today. I would like each one's staff to enunciate and describe again what each one is before us, given the hundreds of budget items over the last 4 months we've been dealing with. Number one, I hope I'm not alone with that. Number two, not to debate at this time, item 8.1 later on in the agenda. I'm not looking to debate that out of order, but I want to ask through you to General Manager Zegeric, because there's an impact on cost on that item. Is that reflected in what you've already shown today with the, I think we're at the 2% at this time, pending council referred and business cases. That looks like they're an additional 0.1 and 0.1, which means if all approved before us today, Mike, my math tells me 2.2, but is 8.1 without debating it, is that already reflected in this? Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you, please.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, firstly, the councillor's math is correct. If all the business cases and council referred items were approved, we would be sitting at a 2.2% residential tax increase. 8.1 is not reflected in the update that's before you, principally because the motion that is before you recommends funding from reserve, therefore not having a levy impact. And I believe the staff report that's before you has some options similarly to fund from surplus or reserves that would not have a levy impact. And for those reasons, the financial impacts tied to 8.1 would not have an impact to the levy and therefore aren't reflected in the updated figures before you.
Okay, thank you, General Manager Zegeric, for that clarification. Mike, were you able to, for today, given the mammoth amount of work you've been doing for us these last several months during budget, Were you able to give us some updates on our municipal comparators, especially from what I've been following with news stories, especially with Halton and Niagara to the east and west of us? My understanding is, Deputy Mayor Wilson, they're both have finally approved in their two-tier government system a 1.8. But if that's not an appropriate time, Deputy Mayor Wilson, for that, if Mike's not prepared, fine. If he is, I'll look to your direction if he could share that with us at this time, please.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, staff are continuing to update that comparator chart, the information as it relates to what's the current position of our neighboring as well as municipalities within the province. I'm going to suggest that we bring that forward formally, maybe on the 22nd or 25th at a future committee date. I know that some of those municipalities are still deliberating, and so while the regional government of Halton has approved, I believe Burlington is still deliberating. So we'll have that information as well as maybe a little further information beyond just their global position, because each municipality understandably have approached the budget process in different manners. So maybe we can share a little intel as to how they've arrived at their budget position. So I will just share that again, we are all being impacted. While I had a update for committee today on the education tax rates that are providing 0.3% relief, is if I look at our at the city of Windsor, is they are having a much more significant benefit of that to the tune of about 2.46%. So what you'll likely see in my update to you is that they are arriving at a 0%, but that's because the education tax rate reduction is having such a material benefit to that community. So again, we'll bring that information forward at a future committee meeting, and maybe we can provide a little content as it relates to how they've arrived at their final position.
Thank you, General Manager Zagaric. So just a last follow-up question, Madam Deputy Mayor Wilson. So then, Mike, with still additional staff reports to come, including the one you just referenced, updates on comparator municipalities and their tax increases. So even if we wish to make a decision on council referred and business case items today, there are still subsequent reports to follow, which tells me if I'm still not at a point today on some items of council referred or business case, I can move to defer some of them to digest more information, because there will be subsequent reports and subsequent meetings still coming. Madam Deputy Mayor, that's my last procedural question to General Manager Zagaric. Is that a fair assessment, Mike?
Yep. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, absolutely. So we do have some reports coming forward, and I believe they're principally information reports as it relates to assessment growth, as well as the mechanics of a tax on vacant residential properties. I believe those will be information reports, and then the principal report that is left for committee is the staff recommendation report. And again, we'll work with clerks to see whether or not there's a need to have both the February 22nd and 25th budget GICs, or whether there's an opportunity to release one of those dates and bring all that information forward. But Councillor, to your question, it's the staff recommendation report that committee is left to consider. And again, that we are not anticipating committee to deliberate on the recommendation report today.
Thank you, Mike. And Deputy Mayor Wilson, lastly, council referred business case. My preference, hopefully majority of council agrees, to go line by line to get a refresher on each one before I decide. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. To members, just a reminder that today's questions are to be on the presentation that was delivered to us from Mr. Zagaric. I'm going to go to Councillor Nan now, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Always good to follow Councillor Jackson. And in that, I was also going to request that we receive that update. So I'm definitely requesting that as well, just an overview of each of the business cases that are before us through the presentation. Procedural question is related to the boards and agency amendment that is before us. Item 8.2 has a potential impact on it. Would it be procedurally appropriate to have that item dealt with after the motion?
Elsie Paparella.
Through you, Madam. I'm sorry, Mike. I believe Mike wanted to speak. Go ahead, Mike.
I beg your
Yeah,
pardon.
through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and absolutely, I'll invite Stephanie to the conversation in case I'm wrong in procedure. 8.2 is principally tied to the year-end process, and as it relates to 2020 year-end, if there is a surplus as it relates to this this agenda item, Hamilton Police Services, that would be the time that the policy would take in have effect. What is before you as it relates to an amendment is tied to the 2021 recommended budget. So again, principally two different items. The amendment is tied to the 2021 Hamilton Police Services, as well as there's some further amendments in other boards, agencies, but minor. And so for that reason, I would suggest that the motion 8.2 will not have a impact on in terms of the amendment that's before you.
Thank you for that clarity. And the last question is, just so that I'm clear, the 1.27 million through you, Chair, to General Manager Zagaric, that is before us on boards and agencies, is that tied solely to the Hamilton Police Services coming in over the 2% recommended guideline, or is that also tied to any of the other boards? Just a quick refresher on that one, because I don't have my notes from our boards and agency day in front of me right now.
Thank you. Mr. Zagaric?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, neither do I have my notes, but I know it is principally Hamilton Police Services. There may be a remnant, a small piece tied to the capital funding for Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. I'm going just to see if Brian McMullen, our Director of Financial Planning, Policy and Admin, might have the breakdown between Hamilton Police Services and the other boards and agencies.
Thank you. Mr. McMullen, are you available?
So through the chair, just starting my video there. Yeah, no, we'll get back to you. I'm just going to double check that those numbers and we can get back to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Brian. And last point for me procedurally through you would be on the enhancement item for emergency housing supports and services for women and non-binary and trans residents. I would be happy to second that with Councillor Collins moving it. Those are my items for now. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that would be done through item 7.11 when we get to that item rather than through the presentation to avoid duplication. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Following Councillor Nan, we have Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, you know, every year I'm just amazed at how this process just gets better and better and better. And, you know, kudos to you and your team. I reflect back on the first year that that I was elected. And, you know, this is a far cry better than what we dealt with then. My question, Madam Chair, is with a 2% tax increase, Mike, typically at some point in time during the budget process, there is a breakdown per ward based on averages per ward of what the impact is actually going to be. When are we going to see that, please?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll check in with staff to see whether or not we would have a preliminary estimate for the end of February. And it's a great question. And I should have highlighted this on slide number 3 when I spoke to the levy restrictions. What will be different this year, and just a reminder to committee members and the public, is because of the pandemic, the provincial government paused on the reassessment cycle for the current 4-year cycle. And as a result, the shifts that the community would have experienced the last cycle being 2016 to 20, we will not experience this year. And for that reason, you're not seeing some of the content and shifts that I would have presented in previous years around tax policy. So I'll speak to that just to illustrate how this year is a little different than previous years. In previous years, again, tied to the 2016 to 2020 period, because residential housing values increased at a higher pace or rate than other classes, principally commercial, industrial, the residential property owners would have absorbed an additional 0.5% tax impact in each and every year over the last 4 years. So that's not occurring this year because of the pause on reassessment, as well as there would have been shifts within wards within the city of Hamilton, and those councillors representing wards 1 through 4 will have recalled over the last reassessment cycle is because property values in those wards on average increased at a higher rate or pace than other wards. They absorbed some additional burden that resulted in some savings to other wards. So for the reason that's principally for the reason being that the province has paused on the reassessment period, we will not experience those shifts. It'll make it a little easier to communicate to taxpayers as to what is occurring. It is principally the impact of delivering municipal services, including any enhancements, either council referred or business cases, as well as a minor adjustment for the restriction on the multi-res and industrial. So again, to the councillor's question, we'll look to bring that information. I think the only to Councillor Partridge's question around will there be some shifts? There may be some shifts that may be tied to the area rating of fire. So as that boundary shifts a bit to capture some urban households as it relates to urban fire, but that will be small. That may be a couple thousand properties. So again, we'll try to provide that urban rural breakdown as well, because I believe that may be the principal impact that we'll see in 2021. And that will be tied to some households now being supported or provided with urban fire rather than rural fire service.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mike. It's an important slide, and it's important information. Certainly for those of us who have urban and rural in our wards, it's really important to see that breakdown and what the impact's going to be, because the rural areas do get less of a tax impact. My next question is around that freeze for MPAC. So it resulted in a 0.5. I thought I heard you say % per year for the last 4 years. It's been a freeze on this year. So will the assessment be done next year? That's question number 1.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I wish I had a definitive answer for committee. I think this is worthy of broader conversation with municipalities and mayors. There's a number of potential impacts. I think it's critical that reassessment be reinstated sooner than later, because it does create, the longer that there is a pause, it'll create more material shifts or impacts. And so reinstating sooner than later should be one of the objectives I would hope that MPAC is working towards. The other, and I'll try to avoid getting into a lot of the mechanics, but why I suggested that municipalities may wish to put forward a common position as it relates to reassessment. We were anticipating a 4-year reassessment period based on values identified or set out on January 1st of 2019. There may be a impact, some significant shifts if that date were to vary, if they were to choose a date that coincided with the pandemic, given that there have been some significant shifts between residential and non-residential, principally tied to the pandemic. It's a item I would suggest that municipalities should put their minds towards and put forward a common recommendation to the province, and that may be that they continue to base values on that January 1st, 2019 valuation to avoid capturing some of the short-term impacts the pandemic might have had on property valuations.
Yeah, that's a great explanation, Mike. I really I appreciate that. You know, and I mean certainly the mayor part of the being part of the large mayors caucus. You know, I'm pretty sure he would bring that forward for us to discuss, and also yourself being part of the Chief Financial Officers Association, you know, having that discussion with your peer group, I think is going to be incredibly important, and AMO, of course. My big fear, Madam Chair, is you know, certainly we've had the freeze with MPAC. They really need to do it sooner as opposed to later, because the prices of houses is going up exponentially in the older portion of our city. And the folks who are living there, you know, wards 1 to 5 and 6, they're going to get hit big time in the next 2 years with tax increases. And the shift that you referred to, you know, it is going to happen. There's no question. It is going to happen. So anything that you can do and the mayor can do to ensure that we have that conversation, and you know, when the freeze is lifted, when it is appropriate, you know, it certainly is helping this year, but it could be a bigger whammy in the next couple of years. So, Madam Chair, those are my questions for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have no further questions from our colleagues on the docket. So we just need an e-vote. We need a mover and a seconder to receive Mr. Zagarik's presentation, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. The vote is up. Councillor Nan and Councillor Jackson. We're just receiving the report. Thank you, it worked. Thank you, that carries 14-0. Okay. Right now, I'm going to look to Elsie Paparella, who's going to walk us through the amendments that Mr. Zagarik referenced in the presentation. By the way, Mr. Zagarik, thank you very much for your presentation and the work of your staff.
So 3, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll just go through them a little at a time because of the way I have the vote set up and to ensure that we don't duplicate what's listed on the agenda as well. So we're referring to page 2 right now of the presentation, which are the potential amendments for the Planning and ECDev Building Division Permit Intake Coordinator Financial Impact. Is everybody on that page?
Page 2 of the presentation stuff?
Yes, yeah, at the bottom.
Is there a possibility that
Mike, if you're able to put up page 2,
please, thank you.
And Councillor Collins is saying he's going to move all of them except for the police. So okay.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm happy to, if it's helpful to the chair and to councillors, load the slides, and if you wish to use that as a guide, not only on the amendments but the council referred to business cases, if that's helpful.
That's what we're doing, Mike. I'm doing one slide at a time, two, then 6, then 9. So for slide 2 right now,
it would be helpful to me. I need all the help I can get. So.
Michael, you able to share? Oh, Mike's doing it. Wonderful. So slide 2.
There we go.
So at the bottom under potential amendments, it would be the Planning and Economic Development, Healthy and Safe Community, and boards and agencies. The vote on at this moment because they are listed as 7.1 to 7.10 on the agenda, so you would do those at that time. So we could do the first 3 together, or if you wanted to do, I believe Councillor Collins is moving all 3 of those except the police one, so he's moving Planning and Economic Development and Healthy and Safe Communities. Is that correct, Councillor Collins?
Yes, he says.
Okay. So then the boards and agencies, I'm going to cut out and make it a separate vote. So is there a seconder for that?
I have a question on that, if I may. As chair, on the boards and agencies, when you say you're going to cut it out, and we have a declared conflict, are you able to, once we get there, cut out the individual agencies per se?
No, I don't have that in front of me. I don't have the breakdown in front of me.
So, for
But I think
example,
Brian is coming back with that, I believe.
so my question, if I may, is just to clarify, we are voting on the amendment to planning and ECDEV and healthy and safe community. We're awaiting on BNA.
Yes.
Yep.
So I would need a seconder for Councillor Collins on the planning.
Madam Chair, I'll second that. And if I could, so on item the B&A, I think the reason that Councillor Collins is not moving it because he has a conflict. And so when we get to it, I'd be happy to move that as well.
Okay. And Councillor Collins just advised that Councillor Nan had already seconded that. So then I'm going to close that and open the vote. So right now you're voting just on the planning and ECDEV and the healthy and safe communities.
The vote is up.
Yeah. Mike, can you unshare your screen? I'm so sorry.
And Mr. McMullen is
Yeah.
has his
So through you,
information ready.
yeah. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I have those numbers if that's helpful to committee members.
Okay. I'm just going to close the vote first. Councillor Pauls, I need your vote, please. You can just give me, oh, there we go. So the vote on the first two are closed. Just give us a second here. Carried 14-0. Okay, so now if Brian has that information.
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, the police number of that 1.273881 number is, sorry, something just popped into my screen there. The is 1,271,247, and other boards and agencies is $2,634.
Okay.
One more time, please, Mr. McMullen.
So the police is an increase of 1,271,247, and the other boards and agencies is 2,634.
Right.
So if you just give me a moment, what I will do is I will split that so that you can vote on them separately. I'm just going to make the quick change. Just bear with me for a moment, folks. Takes just a second.
Councillor Clark has a question, Stephanie. So, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, my question is to Mr. McMullen. So he's provided the police budget breakout, which is great. Can I ask what that represents in a percentage of increase? We had asked for a 2% increase. And what was the final number? I know the board had worked back and forth on the number a couple of times. What was the final percent of increase? Do you know, Brian?
Mr. McMullen?
Or maybe someone on the police services board might know.
I do.
I
It's
see Mr.
2.96.
2.96.
Right.
And that's, if I may, Madam Deputy Mayor, just for further clarification, and that's a decrease because if I recall, Councillor Collins and the board members had gone to the police service board and they had carved something out, Mayor Fred. I can't remember, but that was a decrease from the original request. Is that, or am I off base?
No, you're correct. The original was 3.2, I believe, and we actually used some of the offsetting PPE funding from the city to reduce that to 2.96.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
And Chair, I'm going to move the entire amount, and then I think just a procedural question. There's been a request to have that separated out. Is that what occurred? Or?
The question was asked if it will be, and I had mentioned earlier that would be my request when it came to ABCs. I'll look to Clerk Paparella.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, I have separated out the Hamilton Police Services Board at $1,271,247 and other boards and agencies at $2,634. And Mr. Mayor, I have you moving both, so I would need a seconder for the Hamilton Police Services one
Sure,
first.
Councillor Jackson would be happy to second that as the alternate board member.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm okay to put the vote up on that one?
So 4 members, what, just to clarify, now is the HPS?
Correct.
Thank you, Clerk Paparella.
You're very welcome. Councillor Clark?
In advance of the vote, Councillor Clark, you have a question?
So we're voting on the police service budget now?
Yes.
So I have one more question, if I may. I had received, I think all of us had received this letter from McMaster University with 150 signatures of, they're listed as academics. Can I just get clarification one more time on what the council can actually do with the police service budget? Because once again, these folks are implying that we have more authority than I thought we had. So is there someone from legal who could assist us with this in terms of, they're saying we have the authority to cut the budget by 50%. I'm not aware of any law and under the Ontario Police Services Act that enables a council to do that. Can I get clarification that our process, as I have been advised, is we receive the budget from the police department or from the police services board, my apologies. We have to look at it holistically as a whole budget. We cannot look at it on a line by line basis and say, well, you can cut this amount here and move this amount here. That's not permitted under the Police Services Act. We can say yes or no to the requested budget increase under the Police Services Act. If we say no, then the police chief has the authority to take that rejection to the police commission and argue why he needs this additional funding, and the commission makes that decision. So we are very limited in our authority. Can I just get confirmation from legal that what I've stated is relatively accurate? I don't know.
I'm going to ask Mr. Zagarek to walk through the process in terms of jurisdiction and then the appeal process as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So apologize, but our acting city solicitor had a personal appointment today, so will not be joining us till a little later today. Councillor Clark has it generally correct in that the police service puts forward their requested budget to Hamilton Police Services Board, at which time there's a opportunity for deliberation involving the Hamilton Police Services Board and the service. When that deliberation process is completed, they put forward their requested budget to Hamilton Council for consideration. What council has authority over and responsibility for is the global budget. And by global budget, I mean both the operating budget as well as the capital budget. Council does not have authority over defining service levels or the budgeting line item by line item. Again, what council has responsibility for is the overall global budget and could ask for review of that global budget. If council were to recommend a review of that global budget, it would go back to the board for further consideration and deliberation. Subject to the outcome of that exercise. If council is still not satisfied with what is brought before them as a requested budget, they can appeal it to OCOPS, which is a civilian board for review, and that is the process. It has been exercised on a few occasions across the province, and based on those experiences, I would suggest that generally it has the outcome's been in favor of the service.
That was your psychic, Mr. Secure, because that was my next question. Because my understanding, and just doing cursory review, that historically that commission errs on the side of the police chief's requests because the act requires them to put in place a budget to provide the police services to protect and serve the broader community. Can I ask one further question? We did ask for the review. I think that's what Councillor Collins did when he came forward with the 3.2%. Well, that was the original 3.2%, and he came back, went to the board, and they lowered it down to 2.96%. So council has already requested that review, if I'm not mistaken.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I can start, and if the mayor has any further information, I believe the review was actually triggered by council's guideline when council set the guideline for 2%. That triggered some further deliberations at the Hamilton Police Services Board subcommittee. I believe they have a subcommittee. And then that was brought before the board for final consideration and approval.
Okay, and finally, sorry, if the mayor has something to, please.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. As the chair of the Hamilton Police Service Board, I'd like to, Mayor Fred was referenced, so I'd like to give him an opportunity to respond if he would like.
So yes, thank you. And I think the councilor's got it quite right. And I'll just read from the act because it does clarify exactly what the role of council is and what can be done. So in item 5, which is relative to the police service budget and city, it says if the board is not satisfied that the budget established for it by the council, so the council can establish a budget. It could say, we don't like the number you gave us. You can do 1%, 2%, whatever that number is. You could do that as a council. If the board feels that isn't sufficient to maintain the officers and employees of the police force, to provide the police force with the adequate equipment and facilities that it may require, that it can read, the board then will request to the commission that determination as to whether or not the funding envelope is appropriate for police services in Hamilton. And as Mike has rightfully pointed out, I don't have the information in front of me, but my understanding is that when it has occurred, it's been very rare, but when it has occurred, it in fact has the budget number has come in higher than what the council asked for to ensure that there's good public safety and proper resources for the police service to exercise their duty to provide a safe community.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I can just provide a real quick comment. I've been asked by numerous people through emails and phone calls and text messages and Twitter messages and everything that I can, it seems like almost every motive, I've received some request to say no to the police service board increase. And the challenge that I have is that, yes, we did request a 2% across the board for staff, for everything, but we have also approved numerous departmental budgets that were higher than that 2%. We have, we make discretionary decisions based on merit and based on the information that's provided. The police service board provided their budget. They indicated where the increases were required. I have no basis to argue with the police service board, and I can't argue it on an ideological merit that they should be providing more funds or the city should be providing more funds to other social service programs helping the marginalized. I think we should have that discussion, and I'm sure we will be having that discussion in 2021 to see what we can do, but I don't see any I have nothing that's been presented to me that would indicate that I should be voting against the 2.96% increase. So I support what the Police Service Board brought forward. I thank them for their efforts. We need the police, we need the increase, and we have to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further speakers on that. Oh, Elsie Paparella.
No, I was through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I had left the vote up because it was already put up, so I'm going to leave it for those who are vote. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Collins.
Oh, I see what I've got. Sorry.
That's okay. Are you able to vote, Mayor Eisenberger?
Yes, I had the wrong screen up here. Thank you.
Councillor Collins, thumbs up?
Yeah, well, if this is the police one,
you're abstaining.
abstention.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I forgot. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, that carries 10 to 2 and 2 individuals abstaining. Thank you.
So through Madam Deputy Mayor, now I'm going to move to the vote for the other boards and agencies, the 2,634, and I have the mover as Mayor Eisenberger and a seconder.
I will second that.
Jackson?
Councillor
Jackson.
Jackson.
Okay, thank you.
I see your vote. Thank you.
The vote is open.
I think Councillor Jackson got the memo about using the thumb right in front of the camera.
Councillor Nan. Okay, vote's closed.
Okay, vote carries 14 to nothing. Thank you, members.
And the only one, through Madam Deputy, that's left on that page are the volunteer committees. And as I previously noted, we will deal with that through 7173. So if we could go now to slide 6.
Of the presentation?
Yes, please. So the first one is healthy and safe communities. That we'll deal with as item 7.11 because the actual report is on the agenda. So the second one is corporate services. And sorry, folks, I have split these out just because it's easier on my end here. So the corporate services one at 109. Madam Deputy Mayor, you need a mover and a seconder.
So again, folks, slide 6, item 2, corporate services. Is there someone, are there any questions or is someone willing to move it?
The mayor's moving it, I think.
Mr. Mayor, are you moving it or do you have a question? Moving it? Yes, thank you.
And sorry, we can't see everybody because the slide is up. So if you're seconding it, can somebody sort of yell out?
Who would like to second?
Councillor Pearson here, I'll second it.
Councillor Pearson, thank you very much.
You.
Okay, I'm going to open that vote. Councillor Collins. Okay, vote's closed.
The vote is and that carries 14 to nothing.
The next one is the Public Works, and because it's for 2022 or 2023, we could just have received it as part of the presentation. So the fourth one down is Public Works, the security pilot, 96.2.
Okay, on 3, I'd like some clarification on that, if I may. You can come back to me, or I can come back to myself, I suppose. I'm not certain on the trajectory of what is proposed here in terms of when its impact will be.
Then through Madam Deputy Mayor, I would deal with that one now. I'd take questions on that now.
Okay, if I may, I'll take, I'm in the chair, so I'd like Mr. McKinnon to speak to it, and Elsie Paparella is motioning to me.
To turn the chair over, please.
Oh, beg your pardon. If I could turn the chair over to Councillor Clark, although I'm not speaking yet, but if I'll turn the chair over, Councillor Clark.
I'll take the chair.
Was that a yawn?
Yeah, no. It was a long night. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, I think it's for me. So appreciate that we are in the budget process, but in many respects, the discussion about sidewalk snow clearing is really a level of service conversation. So I appreciate that a decision being made today will not affect the 2021 budget. And just as a reminder, if council was to choose to increase the level of service for sidewalk snow clearing, the equipment would hit those sidewalks in around November of 2022. So I just wanted to make sure that there was clarity around that. We need a long runway in order to be able to construct the tender properly and give any contractors who would respond to it an ample amount of time to buy the equipment. So just as a reminder, if the decision is made today, and we would require a decision very soon, if not today, through this process, in order to establish, excuse me, in order to establish the, again, the tender and the resources to hit the road in November of 2022, and recognizing that the bulk of the expense would probably occur in 2023. So this, again, in many respects is a level of service conversation, but we would like to get direction on this soon if indeed we're going to go this route. And Mr. Chair, if I may go to Edward Soldo, there's just a couple other things that I think Edward would like to remind committee, because it has been a bit of time has passed since you've seen the report, so there is some nuances that I think Edward would just like to share with committee as well.
Edward, are you there?
Good morning, Councillor, and through you to committee. Further to the comments from General Manager, I would just like to remind Council that we did bring forward a report in November of 2020 related to this item. Through that report, we did identify 3 different level of service scenarios for Council's consideration. They range from the existing level of service we currently have today to 2 different level of service enhancements. One where we would look at providing sidewalk snow clearing services on priority 1 and 2 roadways, and the final one being providing those services throughout the city itself. They did have different cost ramifications. So as Dan has indicated, what we're looking for is a direction on what level of service that we would proceed with. Would we proceed with doing all the streets remaining in the existing scenario that we have? But we're also looking for the level of service in terms of the condition of the roadway itself. Are we looking at a snowpack condition, or are we looking at bare sidewalk? All of those would have different ramifications on budget. We're looking for that clarification so we can put together a tender. The tender itself would take quite a bit of time to put out. We'd be looking to put it out this year, potentially coming back to council late in the year with final cost determinations. Our costs are approximate at this point because we don't know what the level of service is or what the final condition of the snow clearing council is looking for. It is a substantial change in operations, so we do need that runway, as General Manager McKinnon has indicated. We'd be looking to contract about 90 pieces of equipment. They would also need yards, places to fuel, potentially sand and salt storage based on the level of service that council determines. So we need all of that to put that tender together. The range of costs also that you have before you in the report do not include salt, so there would be potentially additional salt costs. So what we like to do is firm up with whatever level of service council provides us, final cost that we can come back. It would most likely, as indicated, be implemented for the start of the 2022-2023 winter season itself. So our we wouldn't be aiming for January 1st of 2022. I think that's too short of a time frame. Getting that amount of equipment, 90 pieces of equipment that's not available right now in the industry, and whoever gets the contract would need that sufficient runway to actually order that equipment and get it in and organize themselves. So this is a discussion about level of service that would, while it may not have a budget impact in 2021, we need that time frame to implement it potentially in 2022. So that's what we're looking for from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
I appreciate that update, and it seems to me that a decision. I guess I'll look for clarity from someplace. I've heard a comment made that we need to provide staff with the runway necessary. This will not have an impact on this budget, but it will. They need to get going on the tender. So if not now, for a decision, when would we be having that discussion and that decision, if I could ask?
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Relatively soon. I guess it doesn't have to happen in the budget process because it is a level of service discussion about future budget years. But as Edward indicated, the more time that we can get to prepare the tender and really give the successful proponent the opportunity to do a good job acquiring those properties and the equipment. So probably don't have to have it approved today, but it's certainly something, the further we kick it down the road, the further the actual implementation of that level of service will get adjusted by the same amount of time.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thanks, Mr. McKinnon, for clarifying that. It is, in my opinion, and we have seen from the feedback from the community that there is significant interest in this. And I think we would be remiss if we, A, kick this further down the road too far, but B, that we give the time that it deserves in terms of a focused debate and deliberation, so we can bring those community comments and concerns to the table and those values. So that would be my wish, that we do it not necessarily today, but we do it very soon. And Councillor Clark, just to let you know, we have 3 speakers: Councillor Jackson, Farr, and Pearson. Thank you.
I know you asking me to continue. You're going to take the chair back, right?
Yeah.
Or you want me to continue?
Sorry. I'm going to resume the role of chair now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need coffee. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Thanks for opening up the conversation. I'm just going to be right up front and say that I'm not prepared to make a decision today, but I do assure my colleagues and the community, one way or the other, with the 3 options before us, that I want to make a decision before this budget process is over, which in all likelihood will be no later than April 1st on this item. So for today, a little more clarification through you to Director Edward Soldo. Edward, in option 2, it says priority 1 and 2A roadways, an additional $1.78 million. So to be clear, I have several questions of clarification. Is that, if approved, option 2, is that going forward $1.78 million impact every year additionally on the levy? Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Mr. Soldo.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, that's correct. This would be an annual cost for delivering those services. And just for clarity, priority 1 and 2 roadways are basically any roadway that has transit services on it.
So up in my area, Edward, it would be the Mohawks, the Upper Gauges, the Upper Ottawas, the Fennels, etc., correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this, Deputy Mayor Wilson, does not though include the capital costs. In other words, whatever multitude of Bobcats you'll need to purchase if council approves some form, some degree of sidewalk snow clearing, you need to purchase from a capital budget somewhere a multitude of Bobcats. Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, so I understand that clearly.
Mr. Soldo?
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. Just to provide clarity, the city actually would not be undertaking this service. We'd be looking to contract this out, and the contractor would be responsible for providing the equipment as well as all the materials. Our goal would be to provide a outcome-based contract out to the industry, and they would provide that service. So this cost here, the 1.78, would be all inclusive except for potentially if council wants. This is based on a standard of not bare pavement, but snowpack. So if we change that standard, that would be an additional cost on top of it.
Okay, Edward, thank you so much. My apologies. Thanks for clarifying. This 1.78 million under option 2, priority roadways, this would be, if you will, a fee for service contract, my terminology, a fee for service contract that would be then all inclusive with a hypothetical contractor. Correct, Edward?
Mr. Soldo?
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to Council. That is correct.
Okay. Edward, again, option 2. I'll tell you one thing right now, Deputy Mayor Wilson, just a quick comment. What I loathe is that if I support this down the road, that big corporations, big plaza, big property management companies would then have the benefit of this new contract and the city looking after city sidewalks that these multi-corporate entities should be looking after. And that is what would really bother me tremendously. But I guess there would be no way, Edward, of separating a big plaza that should be responsible for clearing the city sidewalk, because once we enter this program, there's no way you distinguish. Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, to Director Soldo.
Mr. Soldo?
Thank you to the Deputy Mayor to Councillor. It'd be very difficult to create routes that would provide exemptions to various properties. That'd be very confusing to any of the operators. So all of these options are that we won't be lifting the blade up. It would be a consistent service on all sidewalks.
And lastly, Deputy Mayor Wilson, last question. If I remember the chart you presented us before Christmas, Edward, last time we discussed this, it seemed like there was a hodgepodge in the province with our comparator municipalities. Some municipalities fully in, some partially in, some like us still existing type service. Through you to Director Soldo, and that's all my questions for today, Deputy Mayor Wilson, on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Soldo, comparative analysis?
Thank you to the Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor. In Appendix B of the report that we provided a very detailed summary of what various cities are doing. So some are providing full service, some are still asking their residents through bylaws to undertake that service, and others do have focus areas that they actually provide the service in.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Again, I just need another few weeks to make a decision one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Ed. And yeah, I'm fine with another punt of this oft-punted item, but a couple of months from now would be, I think, appropriate because, you know, you've mentioned in the past, Dan has mentioned in the past that we need that window of time, that ramp to get things going should council choose that direction. So I heard you say, I just wanted to get some clarity, and I apologize. I don't think any of us, but I don't have the report that you just referenced from the last debate, and it was a good one because it did look at things like comparators and costing. But you had just said momentarily ago, we would contract out potentially if we went in this direction the service, but we would provide storage. Did I hear that correctly? The person who contracts doesn't provide their own storage?
Mr. Soldo?
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor. No, what we, just if I can provide some clarity on that, what we'd be looking for is putting out a tender where the contractor will be responsible for all items. So they would be responsible for their yards. They would be responsible, obviously, for the fuel, any materials they use, the equipment, and providing the service. So we're looking for a turnkey operation that the city can supervise.
Okay, so there is no storage element on our part. Okay, so through you, Chair, when you said 90 pieces of equipment, were you referring to option 2 or 3? Is 90 pieces of equipment the max for the citywide roadways? Or is 90 option 2? Because we have the 2 options before us.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. The 90 pieces of equipment refers to the entire city.
Okay, so what would it be roughly? And again, my apologies for not having that report that you put together for the option 2 through you, Chair.
It would be less, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Council, it would be less. I don't have an exact number, as we really have to get into option 2 is then about creating the routes that make sense in terms of how it actually would service them, where the yards would be. There's a lot of work that needs to go in determining exactly the number of pieces of equipment that would be for option 2, because it is a subset of the overall. So in general, it's about 90 pieces for the overall city. It's probably I don't want to hazard to guess what it is for the option 2.
You confused me again. You just mentioned one of the eventualities would where the yards would be. I thought you just said that would be up to the contractor. We wouldn't have any concerns about city yards or any of that stuff.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Council, that's correct. They would have to provide the yard, but based on where they locate their yard, they may need to have more or less equipment
I see.
to cover the city itself.
Okay, and then you're also saying that the costs before us today are for the basic, the packed clearing, not the full clearing, not salting, any of that, right?
Mr. Soto?
Just want clarity on that.
That's correct, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, and that's a key component of any consideration here today. It's the managing of public expectations related to the service levels. If it snows overnight and our level of service is snowpack, it's going to take time for staff to get, or for the contractor to get out there and clean that roadway. So the trigger event is 5 centimeters. We would wait till 5 centimeters to get out there, and then ensure that that level is snowpack or less than 5 centimeters as the desired outcome.
And as the bylaw exists now, and we've seen a few occasions this winter of what I'm about to present as a scenario, if we just had someone shovel their walk, left snow, and then all of a sudden there's this deep freeze and that snow essentially becomes an ice rink, it's now the liability of that property owner, commercial or residential, if someone slips, notwithstanding that they shovel, but they didn't salt, right? Through you, Chair. Like snowpack it isn't cohesive with what our bylaw, it's my understanding, I just want that confirmed, requires.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Council, I believe our bylaw refers to bare pavement.
Yeah, maybe we can get clarity if we do come back in April on that. That would be, I would love to know that. And just a few more questions. We're not, when we debate this again, I don't see an option here that talks about enhanced enforcement as an option. I mean, we enforce now. If people don't comply after a certain amount of time, we do the job, we bill them. If they don't pay, we put it on their taxes. That's not part of this report back. I know it was discussed in the past. Is that or is it not part of the report back? Through you, Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Soto.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor. We did not look at enhanced enforcement, but I believe there is, I believe Ken might be on the line and he could speak to that option.
Thanks. Good morning, Ken.
Is that your wish, Councillor?
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Linders?
Yes, good morning. Through the Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Linders, we're having some difficulty receiving your feed. If you could turn your camera off. Still very choppy.
No worries, Madam Chair. I can talk to
Okay.
Ken offline, okay,
Yep.
on that one. And thank you. Thanks for trying, Ken. Maybe get out of the sub basement next time.
Throwing shade, throwing shade.
You can't respond, right? Okay, and I just wanted a reminder through you. 2 quick questions. Ed, do we have analysis on priority roads in other jurisdictions that are done by the municipality and not by not contracted out? I can't remember. Where they do downtowns or priority roads as opposed to the entire city and do it in-house. Do we have any of that? Do you recall?
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, I believe Appendix B provides in the report, and I acknowledge you may not have it in front of you, it provides how it's actually delivered in terms of either by contractor or by city staff, where we were able to get that information from the various cities.
Final questions for our city manager, Madam Chair. When is our next Our City survey?
Is City Manager Smith on the line, or someone who may be in a position to answer a question about that? Oh, there's City Manager Smith.
Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, through you, Deputy Mayor. I know it's every 3 years, and we just reported, so I do not think we'd be surveying again, and I'm hoping Cyrus, he had to step off. If you could come back to me in about 10 minutes, I want to give you the exact year because I know there's lead time and then report back time, and I'll have those exact dates.
No, you know what? That answer is sufficient. I wouldn't be able to tie in where I'm going and where I'm thinking and what I've mentioned years ago and in the past. Whenever this debate comes up, I won't get into it now. But just to editorialize slightly to conclude, Madam Chair, I really, this is one of those issues where citywide there's been a lot of input. And I'd love to see if ever we're going to do some official survey of the multitude of items we deal with, budget or otherwise. I'd love to see one on this. It's clear to me that a large majority of seniors, at least in Ward 2, are very, very interested in this extra tax, which is ultimately what it is, for this service. To them, it's more important than a whole bunch of other things that we do tax for. On the other hand, I'm wondering if, the average family has no problem clearing their front walk. And I'd really love to see an official breakdown of how the public feels on this. Between now and April, I think that's going to be tough. But I certainly in the past have deliberated on this. I even did my own informal but fairly robust survey years and years ago in Ward 2, and it came out about 60-40 in favor. I think 55-45 in favor. But anyway, those are my thoughts on it. I look forward to the debate. I am leaning towards option 2. I've consistently said I'd love to be able to offset some other item that may not be a priority for most of our citizens in the budget to find the 1.7 and not have that impact. But we'll see, and we'll debate it at the appropriate time. Thanks very much for the answers, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to recognize City Manager Smith. She had her hand up. She may be able to address Councillor Farr's question. Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the bit of conversation, Councillor Farr, because you gave me time to pull up the report. The next survey would be conducted in the second half of 2022.
Thumbs up from Councillor Farr. He understands. Okay, good. And he appreciates it. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you like that. Councillor Pearson.
No, that's perfectly all right, Madam Deputy Mayor. I know how difficult it is working back and forth on screens, and appreciate certainly allowing the city manager to contribute the information so we all get a better grasp on this. So I guess I just want to ask a few questions to Mr. Soldo, because that's what this is about. Ed, I just want to ask, there's a couple things. So you're saying to go through the RFP process, what are we looking at? Obviously, you need a decision as to the finite program that Council will support going forward. And what do you anticipate as a timeline preparing this RFP?
Mr. Soldo?
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. The timeline for this RFP would take a number of months. We would have to ensure that we give ample time for whoever is responding to put together their plan on how they will actually deliver the service in terms of a number of the items I spoke to previously related to where they would situate their yards, how they actually would deliver the service, how many pieces of equipment they potentially either have or that they can get from manufacturers. So that will take them some time. And I would say I'd want to give at least 4 to 6 months for people
Wow.
to go through this process, because it is a significant change from what we're doing today, and getting potentially up to 90 pieces of equipment is significant. There isn't a supply out there in the contracted business right now to provide that kind of level of service. So we would have to staff put it together, and before we put it together, obviously we want to have clear the level of service direction from council so that we can work through that with through the tender process.
Thank you, Ed. And the next question is, currently, is it not our city crews, or are the corners, like the accessible corner ramps, etc., the school sites, the front, any city property frontages, rear-facing yards onto main street properties that the city clears? Are they all done by contractors, or are they done by city operations now?
Thank you for the question. Through the deputy mayor to the council, I believe it is a mixture right now of some city crews and contractor services. So we'd be looking to provide this citywide through a contracted service.
Thank you. So that'll be an additional review as well. And lastly, Mr. Soldo, I just want to ask, you mentioned several times that our standard currently is snowpacked, but our standard currently is our road clearing, and it's snowpacked 5 centimeters, which is almost 2 inches, correct?
Thank you. Through the deputy mayor to the councillor. What we're proposing in the report is to go to a snowpack. Currently today in the areas that we provide service in Ancaster, it is a bare pavement, and on the roadways we provide a bare pavement service.
On the roadway citywide?
That's correct. We even on our local roadways we go to bare pavement as a standard.
So could you just clarify the snow-packed standard, please, just so I understand it?
My apologies, Councillor. The snowpack standard would be 5 centimeters or less. Underneath the minimum maintenance standard, that is the requirement there for sidewalks. So the plow would go through. It would not be to bare pavement. It would still leave some snow there, and that ends up end of the day when you go over it with a plow. It's about 2 inches, 5 centimeters. That ends up being snowpacked.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the questions, and I just want to go back. I'm with trepidation. I'm sorry, but I'll be blunt and upfront. I'm not supportive of this. I think we're working desperately hard to get the tax rate down, and anything that we keep adding as the service is only going to keep increasing. And you know, we can say it's 1.7, 1.8 million this year. We all know it all continues to go up every year exponentially. You know, there's a possibility. I know that I have not Snow Angels. I have Seniors Outreach Services and Ward in Stony Creek that do assist seniors that need assistance with snow clearing. There may be other options that we should maybe try and look at the city as well. But at this time, I mean, if the report's going to go forward, I'm open to ongoing discussions, but I have major trepidation. We have people out there now. I'm looking at sidewalks on my street that are cleared by the residents, and they're cleared to bay or pavement. I have concerns that if we don't meet this standard with crews, and we're paying for this, and they're not cleared appropriately, there's still accessibility issues, because that's been the concern that's been raised about this, and there's the concern of liability to municipalities. So I'm going to leave it at that. I appreciate the previous councillors' comments as well, and certainly see where this goes as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, and also appreciating the discussion and opening it up a little bit. I had one quick question also on snowpack, if I could, through you to Director Soldo. Was there an analysis in the presentation that was shared with Council previously about the impact of snowpack on mobility accessibility, if that makes sense. So for an individual rolling, using a mobility device, a wheelchair or a stroller, what the impact on snowpack is for that mobility. Mr.
Thank
Soto?
you. Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. What we're proposing as a standard is that the city would clean would be to snowpack. It is anticipated that after the plow would go through, that the bylaw then would trigger people going back out and potentially cleaning the snow down to bare pavement as it currently exists today. In order for the city to clean down to bare pavement, we would actually have to provide we would have to salt the sidewalks, and as has been provided in the staff report, that would have considerable impacts in terms of environmental impact, salting the sidewalks throughout the city itself. And so, to answer your question more directly, Councillor, at a snowpack level, that would have some, that would pose an obstacle to people with mobility devices, such as wheelchairs, or if they had some other mobility devices that they're using. So we'd be looking to have it brought down to bare pavement through the bylaw that currently exists today.
Thank you. So I'm thinking specifically around the major arterials that were identified as being part of option B, the $1.78 million in order to enable safe access outdoors in the winter time, which, you know, this year now has it's been laid bare for us in terms of the importance of being able to enable our residents to have that active transportation and choose walking or rolling on our sidewalks as a way to do that. So I'm with some of my other colleagues that I would have an opportunity to debate this and discuss it one more time with clarity around the accessibility component, not too dissimilar to other colleagues who spoke. I've heard very clearly from residents in Ward 3 and in the Lower City and across the city, you know, not just the Lower City. I've heard from residents from across the city and specifically from people with disabilities. Hamilton does still have the highest per capita population of people with disabilities, and that includes those with mobility in the entire province. And we also have heard very clearly from young parents and mothers from across Hamilton that they have had to do a lot of treacherous walking in the winter, and that they are prepared as homeowners to increase their tax contributions in order to pay for this service. I've also heard from seniors as well. And I forget where our advisory committees ended up in terms of persons with disabilities and SAC on this issue, because I remember there's a bit of a timing gap in the COVID last year due to COVID and those committees meeting in time to be able to give recommendations on this issue. But I would like to join my colleagues in asking for, I don't know if it would be formally a deferral of this decision in order to bring back a final report, given that the level of service change would be one that's operational for 2022 and not for 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Vanderbeek on the speakers list, but I think Elsie Paparella, did you wish to add something before we go to Councillor Vanderbeek?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I was just asking Mike and Dan a question. Since this isn't really an impact to the 2021 budget process, and it sounds like there is a lot of fleshing out still to be done, it might be best after the speakers, if it is committee's wish, to refer it back to the Public Works Committee, and then it would hit the budget for 2022. But they could flesh out the tender and the rest of the Public Works. It's up to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie Paparella. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you to Edward Soldo. Edward, you've answered several of the questions that were in my mind, but I'm wondering if you can tell me if the price that is in the report, the costing that's in the report, would cover the contractor handling the whatever complaints there were about whether or not those sidewalks were cleared, whether they were done in time. Also, who is going to manage And what kind of costs are we looking at for the potential restoration that will be necessary for people's lawns, sidewalks where the machinery might catch them and lift them, damage to sidewalks? I can only speak about my ward, but there are hundreds of identified cracks and maintenance required to sidewalks just in the urban part of my ward, and in the rural areas where there are some sidewalks. And so what I'm wondering is, who's going to manage that? Are you going to have to come back with another full-time staff person or two? Is the contractor going to have to provide that service? Because I have some experience with owning a property where the sidewalks are cleaned, and I can tell you that there's regular damage to the boulevard grass in that particular location, to the lawn grass in that location, and to the sidewalks, and that's just in a 60-foot stretch that I happened to own, which I no longer own, but it was recent. And so I do have some experience with it, and I know that it can take a lot of time to deal with just the sidewalk issues we have now. And so I'm wondering what's going to happen. Is this costing include that service being offered by the contractor, or are you going to have to come back and ask for additional money in your department? Mr. Soldo?
Thank you to the Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor. You're correct. Those items are not included in the cost estimates that you've been provided. That is to actually deliver the service. Based on previous experience, I can tell you that cost of restoration for a typical winter season runs anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000. And in the first couple of years you provide this service, you'll find a lot of sprinkler heads, grass that gets damaged, all of those. So it takes time to deal with those, and those are usually restored outside of the winter season in the summertime. So that would be a separate line item we'd have to include. In terms of delivering a contract of this nature, it is quite extensive, managing complaints, dealing with contractor issues. We'd be looking to put forward at least one FTE, maybe two, in terms of supervising this contract as well. We'd have to have people out there inspecting to ensure that the contractor was delivering the level of service as per the levels, the outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
Thank you, sir. And that leads me through the Deputy Mayor to another question, and that is around expectations. And maybe it's not so much a question as a comment, sir. So I have lots of concerns. I have heard from lots of people who would like us to clear all the sidewalks. Every sidewalk should be cleared. That would be marvelous. And they would happily pay $80 or whatever it is to clear the sidewalk in front of their house a year. What I'm concerned about is that once we implement such a service, if our service level is 2 inches of snow before they even come by, and not to bare pavement, and then the taxpayer, the property owner, the tenant, whoever's living there, has to go out and still shovel to clear the sidewalk to bare pavement to meet the requirements of our bylaw, I don't think that that's very clear to them. I don't think they understand that. I think that they think that the amount they'd pay on their taxes would clear the sidewalk. It'll be clear when they walk out the door at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning or 8:30 or whenever they go to work once COVID is over, and the sidewalk will be clear and they'll be able to motor on down that sidewalk with no problem and no obligation to them. And that is what I'm hearing. Oh, it'll be marvelous. It'll be wonderful. I really think that, I mean, I totally support moving this down the line. We really need a lot more discussion. And I support it because I think part of it needs to be education for the public about what it is that they would be getting for their tax dollar. And then determine whether or not we're willing to support, on behalf of our constituents, a change in today's status quo. So I completely agree that we we need to be looking at mobility and all of those things. And I'm not saying I'm not supportive. I'm saying we really need some more discussion, and we need to be very clear with the public about what their expectation should be should we go down this route and increase their taxes. So thank you, Mr. Soldo. Unless you have a comment for that, I don't think that was a question. It was a comment, and I will support moving down the line to discuss this further. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek. I don't have any further speakers, so as chair, I think I've heard. Oh, Mayor Eisenberger, I'm so sorry. I did not see your hand. Please proceed.
No worries, and thank you. And I'm so glad we're not going to be debating this today. So I'm going to refer this to Public Works, which I think is the appropriate place where we need to be doing that. So I would move that. If there's a seconder for that, that would be helpful.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Eisenberger. It's seconded by myself. I'm sorry, Councillor Partridge, did you have a comment on that movement? Or
she wanted to second.
Okay, that's fine. Members of council, as chair, I've heard a lot of questions, so I'm fully in supportive of the mayor's direction on this. I think that takes a vote, so it's moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Partridge. We're going to defer this, so we have a forum to allow for more detailed comments and more staff.
Just for clarification, I put it in the vote, but it is being referred back to Public Works.
Referred, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we need to have a timeline on that, Elsie Paparella?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't believe so, as staff has already noted that they have a quite an aggressive timeline on their end.
Thank you. Councillor, is everyone able to vote? Anything outstanding, Elsie Paparella?
Councillors Marula and Collins, I still need your vote, please. I think Councillor Marula had to leave for medical, and I just see Councillor Collins in favor. Thank you. Votes closed.
Thank you. That carries 11-1. Okay, thank you.
So folks, we can now go to the same slide, item 4, Security Patrol Program. And that is to increase, I guess, to decrease vandalism and theft on city-owned public spaces, and that is at $96,200.
Okay, I see Councillor Jackson. Would you like to speak to this, sir?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I wasn't trying to wave. I normally use the little light bulb, but sometimes I just can't click it on in time to signify I wish to get on the speakers list. So thank you. So just to be clear, and I'm very supportive of this program, Security Patrol, that staff has been doing primarily under Director D'Angelo to help us prevent, avoid, and eliminate vandalism and theft in our city-owned public spaces. So I have in the past, as you recall, you folks have supported me at a couple of my parks to purchase from my AR money CCTV cameras where there has been some unfortunate repetitive occurrences of some vandalism so that families overall can feel safe. So I'm still doing that. So I just need to understand, I'm supportive of this, but I guess this is just more for staff to offset their costs in their exploration of putting together the best program they can to help our open spaces be as safe as possible. I just want to be clear on the $96,000 that's before us. Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you, please.
Thank you. I see Mr. D'Angelo, who is available. Please.
Can you hear me?
Good morning,
Good morning. Can you hear me, Chair?
I can.
Oh, thank you. Okay, through the chair. Yes, Councillor, this is a 2-year pilot program. It allows us to explore over those 2 years through security patrols, and it allows us to really see what the challenges are out in the field, especially those high-profile parks that had vandalism and damage. So those are going to be targeted sites as well as other sites that come to our attention. It allows us to assess the security threats at those sites, and it also allows us to start focusing on mitigating some of the challenges that are at those sites. And after 2 years, we'll be coming back to Public Works Committee with the outcome of those 2 years, and looking for further support from committee and council.
Thank you, Director D'Angelo. And again, Director, any capital expenditures like I had to do, though, if it's imminent and necessary before your 2-year pilot is over with, that has to come from some other funding source, like in my case was my Ward 6 reserve. Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We would look at those situations on a case-by-case basis and report to the ward councillors and develop a funding strategy on dealing with those situations on a case-by-case basis.
Thanks, Director. Deputy Mayor Wilson, I'm very supportive of continuing the 2-year pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this matter? If I could ask Councillor Clark to take the chair, please.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Rome, don't go too far away. I'm sorry. I just need a little bit more detail about this, and I'll tell you my bias right at the outset. I'm not predisposed to this. I'm I think a great champion of public space, but it is my opinion that public space becomes greater when it's actually used, and it pertains to design and neighborhood and a number of other socioeconomic factors. I'm not quite sure if you could one more time detail what it entails and what you are looking for, please, through you, Chair.
Through the chair. So the program is really for the after hours period from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It's really boots on the ground and patrolling some of the problematic areas where we have a high degree of vandalism, damage, and it allows us to patrol these areas and really get a pulse of what's happening out there from those illegal behaviors. And it allows us to inventory and develop incident reporting, and allows us to bring back statistics to members of council so we can make informed decisions after the 2-year program.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Clark, what do you deem to be problematic areas? Do you have a threshold at present of what gets it into the concern?
Through the chair, there has been a number of reports in previous years, and right now those are high priority sites. So parks that have had problems in the past will be considered our high locations that we're going to start to patrol, and it's not going to be concentrated on those locations. As we start to be advised by members of the community or through the councillor's office, we would put them on the list in order to patrol those sites as well.
Thank you. One final question. I'm just still seeking clarity. What is it that you're going to be reporting on upon the completion of the pilot in terms of your findings, your recommendations?
So through the chair, yep, thank you. Through the chair, over this 2-year period, it allows us through these patrols, through an incident reporting tool, it'll allow us to really set some statistics and really profile some of the locations where the problems occur. And then we would be coming back with a report highlighting what the future needs in developing and expanding that security program in our open spaces.
Sorry, I said one final question and I lied. I do have triggered another question, if I may.
Okay, shame on you.
Yeah. So 2 things. You don't, I take it from your comments, you do not have those statistics now and that are flagged to you either by staff or by members of council. So that's my first. And you're saying that the deliverable potentially that could come from this is actually enhanced security measures? Just those two questions.
Through the chair, right now the information that we do have is sporadic, based on reports that we receive from the counselor's office or from constituents, and so we act on those incidents. So really, it becomes more of a robust and centralized point of information, so we can provide back to council. So depending on the outcome over the next 2 years, we will be providing a plan on how to approach those open spaces and try to mitigate vandalism and damage, possibly through CCTV cameras or other security methods. It could be through design, it could be through lighting, it could be a number of methods of mitigating security.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for serving as chair. I'll take it back. Okay. Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments with respect to this item? Councillor
Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. I just finished the hearing right now. It took 2 hours with the building commission. This is on Carluke Church and a septic issue they have down there. Can you just tell me where we are in the agenda and which item we're debating now?
Yes, of course, I can do that. If you go to page 6 on your slide, we're working through the council referred items, and we are on item 4, which is the security patrol program. Are you able to access that?
I'm just doing that right now, but I'll find it and I'll come back and ask more questions. Well, here we are. Okay.
Item 6.1, page 6, item 4.
Page 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you finished the big ones already, have you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question? Because I think this may be ending soon, Councillor, on this item.
No, I couldn't listen to the debate or the presentation. Unfortunately, I had that major scheduling conflict. So I have no questions at this time.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you had at least the opportunity. Mayor Eisenberger? Oh, you're muted, sir.
Sorry, I am. I'll move it, that particular item, seconded by Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. So the item, if everyone is able to follow along, item 4, it is being moved by Mr. Mayor Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Sorry about that tongue twister.
Councillor Pauls.
Councillor Pauls is away. And that carries 11-2. Okay, thank you. Okay, Elsie Paparella.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the next item that you're on is item 5, still on slide 6, and that's the Hamilton Farmers Market with Councillor Farr's motion of one-time funding for $30,000.
And I know Councillor Farr, would you like to speak to this matter, sir?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I was trying to hit that little microphone again, but I also put it in the chat, so I appreciate the opportunity. This is a direct result, this ask, and by the way, I'm so happy to have Frugal Fergie back just in time for my item during this budget process. One-time funding for the amount of $30K to be funded from the Economic Development Investment Reserve, so this is not a levy impact item here today. It may also be potentially funded by the COVID-19 Emergency Reserve, and to be utilized specifically to promote the market during the ongoing pandemic. And the reason why it's specific to promotion is this motion, it was directly affiliated to the presentation by Gord Albany, who represented the market a few weeks ago during the budget process in the official Farmers Market Governance Committee presentation. And so I could only choose to help address those items that were presented at that time. Since, quite unfortunately, actually, it appears that there's a bit of a movement. I've seen maybe 12 or 13 emails where the theme seems to be that this is almost like a slap in the face or insufficient. As I said at the time, and Esther's here, I'm sure, representing the market, knowing that this is on the agenda today, as our council board member, that this is just but one way in which we can help. And it was the only thing I could pick out of that presentation, as I just noted. So when the chair of the market goes in the paper a few days later and says this is like putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, that's the chair of the farmers market governance, a lesser man might be offended, but I just choose to react to that by saying, again, this is what I could do at the time, and it was referred to now. And again, no levy impact. But for clarity on other things that we can do and have done through you, to whether it's Cyrus or Matthew, is Cyrus or Matthew with us, by the way, today? Because I couldn't see them on the Madam Chair.
I will ask City Manager Smith if she can. Oh, I see Mr. Grant.
Oh, hi, Matthew. Matthew, this is going to be the easiest comms you've ever done in your illustrious comms career, because I'm just looking for yes or no verification on these questions through you. City Council, I believe, continues to demonstrate ongoing support for the market. Did we, yes or no, secure sponsorship support for the market via Meridian, which totals $125,000 per year over 5 years?
Through the chair, yes.
Did we provide in-kind operating support such as legal, accounting, payment transaction processing related to stallholders and tourism and culture promotions over the years and continue to do so?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes.
How about capital repairs and maintenance of the facilities? 2020, 2021 HVAC system. Was it upgraded to about 100K of capital improvements made to the facility, thanks to council and the city?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes.
That's well above and beyond the 30K Band-Aid we have here. Stallholders were not charged any fees during the closure of the market. That's been in the emails that a lot of us have been receiving. There's this claim that we charged fees when the market was closed. That didn't happen, did it? Through you, Chair?
Through the chair, Councillor, my understanding is no, that did not happen. The rent or the stallholder fees were prorated.
And council, the lone shareholder in the city of supported COVID-specific cleaning, estimated at roughly 144K.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that's my understanding.
And on the issue that really prompted all of this, and there's some angst, and I get it. I sat on that board for 8 years. I think the one that surprised me first and foremost a long time ago was, and Rome's still here and he can confirm, but it was roughly a $8.5 million redevelopment. It was an architecturally award-winning redevelopment. I'm talking about an investment by the city for specifically the farmers market that's overlooked in some correspondence lately in support of the vendors, which is fine. But there was vendors even at the time, nowhere near all of them, that were dissatisfied even with that. So we still want to help, and there's also evidence of help through directly working with the Hamilton Farmers Market Board of Directors on supports for small business. So we couldn't, through bonusing, accommodate their request, even though the market board told the vendors they could have 75% off. The shareholders never had a chance to vet that, and it was declared bonusing, and we couldn't do that. Correct? Through you, Chair?
Mr. Grant, would you like to clarify that council that we received?
Sure. Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that's my understanding, is that we're not allowed to provide commercial enterprises, rent subsidies.
But on several occasions, final question through you, Chair, we've made them on several occasions, we've made them aware that they have eligibility for the Canadian Emergency Rent Subsidy, 65%, Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, Canadian Emergency Business Account, interest fee loan up to 60K with up to 20K forgivable, various digital Main Street programs. We've shared all of this with them, correct? On many occasions as a service.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that's my understanding. And I believe Mr. Tehrani can add to that if you had any more questions.
No, that's all I have. If somebody wanted to, if Cyrus wanted to comment, that's fine. But otherwise,
Through you, Madam Chair, everything that Mr. Grant indicated is correct. I can add to it that multiple newsletters that have gone out to the board, the vendors have also included links to those programs, details about those programs, as well as others, and that's been done on several occasions.
Okay, thanks, Cyrus. Notwithstanding also on their specific ask that caused some of this angst and a little bit of a movement, save the farmers market once again has cropped up. We also were able to provide a 6-month deferral, which many vendors are capitalizing on. And all vendors now have re-signed, Cyrus. Or I know the last time we checked in, there was 2 that hadn't re-signed their leases for 2021. Since I have you, is that all vendors now?
And that's your 5 minutes after this, sir.
Sure.
Through you, the chair, Councillor Farr, I believe everybody except 1 has signed their renewals, and that is my understanding is that there's some quarantine issues in terms of making contact to finalize that last agreement.
Okay, great. Oh, so I'm just hoping for some support from my colleagues for this one of many Band-Aids. Maureen, Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger. No, I'm sorry. Thought I saw your hand. Are there any further speakers on this item? Seeing none. Okay, I'm just checking with the clerks. No, I did check with the mayor. No, he's not. Thank you. Okay, so Elsie Paparella.
So I have that moved by Councillor Farr. I do need a seconder, and then I'll put the vote up. I see the mayor. Thank you. I saw your thumb too, Councillor Jackson. The mayor was just a tiny bit quicker on the draw.
Okay, the vote is up electronically, please. Councillor Ferguson. The vote is closed. That carries 12-1. Thank you. Just keep switching screens here. Elsie Paparella.
So through Madam Deputy Mayor, now we're going to turn to slide number 9 for the 2021 business cases. So the first one is Planning and Economic Development, the Communications Associate HIPC funded, 1 FTE at 62,100.
Are there any questions on this item? I see Councillor Johnson, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just please refer to the page number again, because I don't see it.
Yes, it is page 9 on your presentation.
Oh, thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you.
That's it. Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor, since I'm not on planning, just a quick refresher, please, from whoever's filling in for General Manager Thorne. Communication.
Someone who looks exactly like General Manager Thorne. Exactly.
Wow. Oh, there he is. General Manager Thorne, forgive me. I thought I saw an email saying you may be away for a period of time. My apologies. Thanks for being here. Is this over and above what our communications department does under Director Grant, and maybe an explanation? And that's all I need to know. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Thorne, and I see Mr. Mr. Norm as well.
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, yes, this is separate from the communications function. This is actually a federally funded position, which is why it's in front of you to approve the FTE, but with no levy impact, because it is fully federally funded. We've had this funding in place for the Hamilton Immigration Partnership for actually about 10 years now. And in 2020, they just renewed for an additional 5 years. So we have that federal funding until 2025. Within that federal program, one of our commitments is to provide various sort of outreach educational support services for new Canadians. So what this position does, it's housed within the Hamilton Immigration Partnership, which sits in the Economic Development Division. And they do some of the programs that council will be familiar with, Newcomer Day, Meet a Hamiltonian Immigrant, the video series, They do some newsletter support for the Hamilton Immigration Partnership, that type of work, and that is that's the work that is outlined in the grant program that the federal government approved to 2025.
To the very visible Jason Thorne, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Are there any further questions on this item? I saw a mover in Councillor Nan first. If you would like to second it, Councillor Jackson. Thank you. And the vote is up now. I saw a thumbs up from Mayor Eisenberger, Stephanie. Councillor Partridge? Stepped away, okay. That vote carries 12-0. Thank you, members. Elsie Pascarella.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we're still on slide 9, item 2, Healthy and Safe Communities. This is the Hamilton Paramedic Service 2021-2024 enhancement for ambulance and 10 FTEs.
Questions from members? I saw a hand up from Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I assume you can hear me. I'm just trying to get my technology all sorted out again.
Yes.
And I'm as opposed as anybody can be opposed to this one. When I first joined council in 2006, the paramedic chief at the time came in and said because he had some code zeros that he needed 60 more paramedics. The union said no, we need 65, and council in his wisdom give him 65. Over the last 5 years, I think it was 2015, once Chief Sanderson came on board, we've added an ambulance a year. I think he confirmed during his budget presentation that's 6 more ambulances that we put on because code zeros were continuing to climb. That is 60 more paramedics. There's 10 paramedics to an ambulance. We heard him say now that the tail we've been chasing for a long time about code zeros has come down radically. And it was over 200, and I think I heard it was in the, I shouldn't get the number, but it was like a 75% reduction. I'm guessing that number, please don't quote me on it. And maybe we need Chief Sanderson just to confirm that again. I know it's trending up a bit right now, but it was down in the spring. I'm deeply concerned about the people who are unemployed right now, the people who are in the travel business, the hospitality business, and the retail business. These are people who work hard, pay their taxes, and I'm getting emails from them now. They're looking for some way to defer paying their taxes because they're unemployed. I think we've done our share with EMS. I know they're a very critical service that we supply. We heard in the spring that the calls for service were down. It's trending up a bit again right now. But this is $1 million, which is somewhere around 0.1%, I think, and 10 more FTEs. I think this is an area we can stop for a year after being very generous for the last 6 ambulances that were put on place, plus the 60 paramedics that went in 2006. There's been exponential growth in this department, and they're providing a good service to our community. So in good conscience, I cannot support this year. That's all, Madam Chair.
My apologies, I had muted myself. Councillor Ferguson, you referenced Chief Sanderson. I see him on screen. Were you looking for a comment or anything from him?
Yeah, Chief, maybe you can just confirm for me, what did we peak at in code zeros, and what was our lowest point in the last number of months?
Good morning, Chief Sanderson.
Good morning to you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If I could answer Councillor Ferguson's question first and then just go into a bit more of an explanation in terms of our request, that may end up saving some of the questions that other councillors may have.
Mm-hmm. Please.
With respect to Councillor Ferguson's request, our number of Code Zero events last year were lower. We had 27 events last year. Our peak occurred in 2013 at 242. So we have been driving the numbers down on an ongoing basis, and as Councillor Ferguson's identified during our last discussion, that's something to be applauded in the process. Madam Deputy Mayor and members of GIC, the business of providing an ambulance service is actually a very complex business in many ways, but in some ways it's very simple and very straightforward. There are three things that I have to keep my eye on and that I continually come back to council for on an ongoing basis to ask that you keep your eye on as well. And that's first of all our resource levels, the number of ambulances that we have available on the road, and that includes staffing and full-time equivalents, the amount of time on task, the amount of time it takes us to complete a task, and the actual service demand, the demand that the public places upon our service. And all three of those end up leading to what our availability is, the availability to respond on a call, and that links very specifically to the service level or the time it takes for people to wait. As I listen to the discussion around the level of resources on any of the different issues, we talk about queue times, we talk about waiting times, and the challenge that we end up having is the expectation from the public for both emergency response times and non-emergency response times for things that aren't critical, life-threatening emergencies. Over the last 7 years, we've experienced a demand growth of right around 4% per year. That's about 3,500 calls per year in the last few years. 2020, as Councillor Ferguson's identified, as being a year like no other. I have to tell you, it's not going to be a good year for benchmarking on any activities. It's been a roller coaster, not just for our service, but for many areas within the city. We did have a demand drop, as was identified in March, April, and May of last year. That's the early time period for COVID. A significant call drop, about a 10% decrease in volume, and that was good. Since May, we've had a significant increase over the 2019 numbers. We're now averaging about 222 911 events every day. That's up 14% from 2019. And we have hit as high as 325 events in a single day that we've had to respond to ambulances to. Our number of responses to the events is going up. We continue to have that. I have to tell you that from my perspective and from operating the service, any optimism that demand would decrease as a result of COVID and continue to be decreased has been dashed. I do not expect that to happen. Resource matching to demand continues to be needed. We know that we've narrowed the resources and the response times are longer. We know that when we have a code 4 call, lights and siren, the life-threatening emergencies, if we have less than 4 ambulances available, we add an average of 4 minutes onto every one of those calls. We know that that happens on an ongoing basis, and it's been correctly identified that the number of code 0 events were lower in 2020. That's actually gone down significantly. I can also tell you the other good news that we've gone down from 30,500 ambulance hours being lost on ambulance offload delay. For 2020, we're now down to 21,000 hours. That's a huge decrease, and that's an increase in availability for response to the activities. However, the delays have been increasing. We're continuing to see delays as a result of hospital throughput activities. As they manage their way through COVID, as they reopen resources, hospital delays are continuing to increase. We're experiencing at times ambulance offload delays of 7 to 8 hours at some sites. The point that I'd like to make for council is that we're very fortunate that our offload delays are down and that our code 0s are down, because that's giving us the capacity to respond to activities. And I have to also identify that one of the challenges that we have and we continue to have is that in time of COVID, the precautions our paramedics have to take, the things that we have to do in terms of cleaning the ambulance before responding to the next call, those all add to our times. We've had 10,600 suspected COVID patients, each one of them taking on average about 30 minutes longer for us to manage. And the time that we've had in terms of recovered hospital offload time has been utilized in terms of the activities we need to do during COVID. So the challenge that I'm seeing is Councillor Ferguson is absolutely right. In a given day, if we didn't have COVID, if we didn't have all the other expectations, we probably would have had recovered capacity. If we didn't have an increase in call volume, if we didn't have those other challenges, we would probably be in a good situation. But I can't stand here and tell you that today, that we're in that good situation. The request we have is for 1 ambulance. Councillor Ferguson is right that we have had increased ambulances since my time period here. That's going from 2013 forward, and it has averaged an ambulance a year over that time period. And that's all been specifically the result of increases in volumes, as well as increases that we've been managing in terms of hospital offload delays and service levels. So from that, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would end my comments and continue to answer any questions as always.
Councillor
Okay,
Ferguson, you,
yeah.
you have some time left, so I don't know if you have additional
Yeah,
questions.
just a response to that. And you know, a drop from 240 to 27, which is the main driver why you needed 5 new ambulances before, 6 new ambulances before, is there's got to be some payback to that. There's got to be some recovery from that. I'm very pleased to hear too you've had a significant drop in your offload, because that was the second main driver before of requiring more offloads because of the ambulance time. And I was really impressed with that matrix that you put up last year, that you actually have screens in the emergency rooms and in your offices, so you know exactly where you need to get an ambulance out of a hospital to get it back on the road. And you know, 60 more paramedics over the last 5 years, 6 years. I think even you have to agree. I think council's been very generous with your department. And I understand why, because you're providing emergency care and health care to our community. But there comes a time when you see these significant improvements you've made in your operation, which were the 2 main drivers in the past of requiring additional ambulances, not having payback for us, not getting the results that of not requiring 10 more paramedics again. So I don't think there's a department in the city that couldn't make a compelling argument to add more staff. But with the paramedic group, it just seems to come back because it's difficult to push back on paramedics, and I understand why. And so I think I've made my point, Madam Chairman, and I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. You're just under the 5-minute mark. Oh.
If I could, Madam Deputy Mayor, just in response, I do want to identify for members of committee that it has been offload delays, it has been the code 0 levels, and it has also been, I've repeatedly said, the increases in call volumes. The actual increase in demand, when we're increasing call volume at about 3,000 calls per year, we either end up having a response to those calls, or we modify our response time performance, or we end up managing it in some other ways. But it has not been simply the offload delays and the code 0s. It's always been a combination of the pressures that are related to offload delays, code 0s, and the actual demand for services that we're dealing with. And I just want to make that clear, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just some questions for the chief, if I may. So the land ambulance agreement with the province, does that still stand? And if so, the amount of money that you're requesting for this 1 ambulance and staff, is it still going to be offset by roughly 50% of revenue from the province from that land ambulance agreement? Will this qualify?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, we still have a land ambulance service grant agreement with the province of Ontario. It speaks to a 50% funding for the council approved budget in the prior year. I can tell you that for each year from 2013 forward, based on the prior year's council approved budget, the province has funded every year at least 50%. And in a few years, they've actually funded more than that.
That's good to hear. So it's not the $1 million there. It's actually a net impact of about 520 million or 520,000, correct?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct, but that additional money coming from the province would happen in the year following. Yep. The ministry process is that they fund it in the year following. There is a lag.
But that's no fault of ours. That's their process. With regards to the code 0, can I ask, do you know of all those code 0s, what was the longest time that a code 0 existed?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the average, I believe, on code 0s is running about an average of 1 hour, just under 1 hour. I'd have to go back for the exact numbers. The longest time period would probably be about an hour and a half.
So 60 to 90 minutes for a code 0 on average. Mm-hmm. And the code 0, again, to help members of the public, I believe the definition is 1 ambulance or less is available to create a code 0. Is that correct?
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
And so the risk for the municipality is that in a code 0 where an ambulance is not available, a 60 to 90 minute code zero could result in a tragedy. Is that not the risk that we take?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, anytime we have narrow resources, whether we're at 4 vehicles or less or 1 or less, the response times are longer and response times are critical on many calls.
And so long response time. I'll cut to the chase. We have a large trauma center, one of the best trauma centers in Southern Ontario. And so when you have a trauma, whether or not it's a gunshot wound, whether or not it's an accident with major injuries, a slow response time or a delay in an ambulance getting there can result in a tragedy for the victims of those gunshot wounds or the victims of those accidents. Is that not the risk that we take if we don't provide adequate ambulance service?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
And last question, if I may, Madam Deputy Mayor, how long does it take to sanitize the units and the outfits that the paramedics are wearing after a COVID-19 call? Because that would take a vehicle out of use during that cleaning.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we've identified it's about a 30-minute additional time frame on each call where we have a suspect COVID patient before we can return that vehicle back into service.
And I believe I heard correctly a 14% increase in paramedic calls for last year. Did I hear that right?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's been a 14% increase since the end of May last year over the 2019 average per day. That's the number of 911 events.
So, quick comment. I'd love to get our 2.4% down below the 2% that we were shooting for. But when I understand that the province will be funding 50% of the ambulance, when I understand that we still have an issue with code zeros, 27, and that code zeros can last anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes, which means that the response time is slower. That means people are laying on the ground waiting for help, and the help's not coming as quickly as it could. When I see an increase of 14% in calls, I can't do anything but support the chief's recommendation. This is appropriate. This is our responsibility under the law. It's our duty of care. So in my opinion, this is a reasonable request coming from the chief, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Just dovetailing on Councillor Clark's positioning. Chief, I have just one blunt question for you, and I don't think I'm betraying any confidences. Pre-COVID, you and I have had many a chat in my office every year just to get a lay of the land and the work the paramedics are doing, budgets, etc. I have so much respect for you, as I do with Chief Cunliffe of Fire. And you've always struck me as somebody that won't come in with a budgetary request that may impact the levy unfavorably in terms of for taxpayers if it truly wasn't warranted and you felt truly the need for your frontline service. So I'm going to bluntly ask you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Chief Sanderson, exactly how you would respond to my comment about the fact that you've assured me that if you didn't feel the service required these additional resources, you'd be the first one not to be asking council. Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Chief Sanderson.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Jackson. You're absolutely correct. I would like nothing better than to be able to stand in front of this council who've supported us so well over the last many years, to be able to stand in front of you and say we don't need additional resources this year. That would make me very pleased, and I'm looking forward to the day when I can do that.
Okay, thank you, Chief Sanderson. And Chief, what is the total before these 10 are decided on today, the 10 impact? What is the current complement of paramedics? Are we around 300, if memory serves me right, through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we're just over 300 full-time paramedics, and then we have an additional complement of part-time paramedics and other support staff, for example, the logistics technicians. Our total complement, including full and part-time, is about 390. I'd have to look at the numbers on the FTE count to give you the exact FTE count.
Fair enough. Municipality our size, Deputy Mayor Wilson, we're well served, and to get the 50% funding as well from the province continuing, I'm supportive of the chief's request here. Again, given the sincerity of his request and what he would not do if he didn't have to. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. I know there is a mover in Councillor Eisenberger for, I beg your pardon, Mayor Eisenberger for this particular item, and it's seconded by Councillor Pearson. Or did you have a comment? What she was, Councillor
Thank you.
Pearson wishes to speak.
I am very happy and supportive to second this. I thank the chief for coming forward with this, and I truly respect his comments today. And I just want to put on the table as well as I second this, that we have to recognize as well, we have a growing suburban area that needs to be serviced. And I see my area every day from one end to the other of the ward, and it is growing very, very fast. We're dealing with multi-level developments. We're dealing with a number of new idiosyncrasies that come into the picture for not only EMS, but also for fire department. So I'm very supportive of this because every new nuance that's put into the picture takes time. And we need to make sure that our staff are supported to assist our residents going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, did you wish to speak, or you're just reasserting your
So,
Yep.
Thank you. And on the similar point, you know, our community continues to grow in terms of population. That's one of the reasons why we, you know, tend to need more police officers. We need more firefighters because the demand for the service is expanding exponentially. So every new residence, you know, adds additional pressures on the services that we provide, and that needs to be accommodated for. So I understand the reluctance to, you know, from a budgetary perspective to want to, you know, say, well, let's just zero out and not worry about that. Well, I worry about these things. I'm Dutch and frugal, but I'm not unwise to the sense that, you know, what we need as a community in terms of providing the level of care and service that I think we all want to provide takes resources. And so if we don't provide those resources, then we are actually doing a disservice to our broader community. So you know, I lament the fact that it costs money. Fortunately, half of it's covered by the province of Ontario, and that's the good news. But the reality is, and I'll give Chief Sanderson all the compliments in the world. He has never been unable to explain why he needs these additional resources, and it's founded on very, very solid data and information. In the absence of that, it was just a request because I would just like to have more paramedics. You know, I think we'd all take a pretty dim view. But I think the data and the information analysis that he's done and the information that he's provided puts him on very, very solid ground. And, you know, as he's always said, I will not come to you unless it was absolutely necessary. And that's a standard I think he has upheld all the way through. So I fully appreciate that, and I'm happy to move.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge, did you wish to speak to this matter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I mean, I just got to reiterate that as well. I live in one of the fastest growing areas, you know, throughout the city of Hamilton. We're going to have 18,000 additional people. We've already got a few thousand additional people. Upper Stony Creek growing like crazy. Ancaster has gone from, you know, 14,000 people to somewhere around 40,000 people in the last 10 years. So just about every area of our city is growing. But the other factor, we have an aging population, and we have to look after our seniors. And I worry about that. You know, any area of the city that you drive around, we have seniors, we have COVID. There's just so much pressure, and it is our responsibility from a health perspective to look after everybody in our community, whether it's young families, whether it's singles, whether it's seniors. So I do support this 100%. And I just want to say thank you so much to the chief, because you have done an amazing job in the 8 or 9 or almost 10 years that you've been with us. And every year you don't come forward and ask for anything unless you absolutely need it. And the fact that we have the support of the province as well, I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers. It has been moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Pearson. We are referencing item 2 on page 9 of your presentation. The vote is up. Councillor Collins approves. Yep. Thumbs up from Councillor Partridge.
Councillor Nan, are you able to vote?
For some odd reason, the vote is not showing up on my e-scribe, but
So thumbs up from Councillor Nan.
Many thanks.
Okay, that vote is closed and it carries 11-1. Thank you, members.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, now we're still on slide 9, corporate services, the additional FTEs for information technology. That's 2 FTEs at 182.3.
Thank you. Do we have someone here from IT in the event of questions?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, we have Maria McChesney. Maybe I'll just quickly introduce this and I'll invite Maria to speak to it. You would have heard us speak through our departmental presentations as well as a report that went to Audit Finance and Admin in 2020. There are some factors that are contributing to workload issues within IT. One of the factors is the platforms that we rely on as it relates to our technology solutions is the delivery for those platforms and the models that the vendors use and utilize. They've changed whereby they've gone from major upgrades that are done periodically to more frequent upgrades that results in additional time and effort from IT staff in order to support those upgrades to those platforms. One of the other factors that is contributing to the request that's before you today is IT division have developed a cloud strategy, and that cloud strategy will require some unique skill sets and development of processes, including some security policies and processes as it relates to the protection of the data or information that may be hosted in the cloud, in addition to the information that's hosted within municipal facilities. Those are two factors that's contributing to the request that's before you today. And through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Maria McChesney if she can just expand a bit on the request that's before you.
Good afternoon, Maria.
Good afternoon. Through the chair. Just to add to some of the comments that Mike has made, I think I'll make just a couple more comments. One is we're seeing some significant changes in terms of the vendor community, in terms of how they're delivering services with respect to upgrades, as Mike has already articulated. But we're also seeing a lot of complexities in the contracts that we're now assuming, especially as we deploy more of our applications on the cloud. And I think the other comment I will add is we have just seen an increased demand for our services across the organization as a number of divisions and departments look for efficiencies by leveraging technology solutions. So I just wanted to add those 2 points to what Mike just added.
Thank you. We have members to ask questions, and I'm going to recognize Councillor Clark first, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Can I ask to Mr. Zagaric or Ms. McChesney whether or not the funding that is attached to the FTEs, the 180,000 or whatever, whether or not any of that funding is required as a result of the extensive technology shift that was caused by COVID-19? And where I'm going with this is could we theoretically be requesting offsets from the provincial government? Because we have, I think it was Councillor Jackson said to me the other day, we've jumped like 10 years in technology in a matter of months as a result of COVID-19. And those pressures from that is quite remarkable, but I'm just wondering if there's any potential for offsets, Mr. Zagaric, from that COVID funding?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, absolutely we'll be leveraging the restart funding as it relates to our response to the pandemic, as it relates to 2020 and 2021. If these resources were to be approved, and if in 2021 their efforts were applied to address COVID issues, we would look to fund all or a portion of their costs against the restart funding for 2021. However, right now we have no commitments as it relates to restart funding beyond 2021. So again, we would require levy funding for these positions. Short answer is, Councillor, if these positions were to be approved and if they expended their time and efforts in part or entirely to support COVID, we would look to recover the appropriate funds from the restart funding.
Thank you. And just a quick comment. It doesn't surprise me that IT is asking for this request, given the pressures that we have put on that department as a result of COVID and all of the changes where, you know, our entire organization has pretty much gone from in-person meetings to online meetings on the drop of a dime. So I'll support this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions from members? Seeing none, would someone on council, would someone like to move this recommendation? It's moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Danko. The vote is up. Councillor Ferguson? Oh, vote is closed. Beg your pardon. Carries 11-1.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. The vote is not coming up on me, so I don't think it did record me, but I'm supportive. I just want to make sure my vote's recorded. But for some reason, it's not coming up on eScribe. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know. I'll check with Clerk Paparella. Elsie Paparella, did you get that vote?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no, I didn't, but I will, I can amend that to make sure that Councillor is showing as a yes.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us know, Councillor. It will be recorded as in the affirmative. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and actually, if I can just ask, I'll just put my thumb up or down for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Partridge, for some reason you're marked out of the room, so I'm going to make sure that you're marked back in, so it should show for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I haven't really left the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, you can go back to your roadmap now. We'll go back to item 7.1.
Okay.
Thank you.
What would I do without you? Thank you. Sincerely. What would I do without you? Thank you. We're back, members, to 7.1 Food Advisory Committee 2021 budget request. Any discussion with respect to this item? Mayor Eisenberger.
So, Madam Chair, it's 20 after 12. Would this not be a good time to just take a break and then come back to all these other items as we are in the habit of doing these days? I think rather than getting started on this, why don't we just get a clean start, starting with item 7.1 and all the other groups that are going to be identified.
Thank you. That's an excellent suggestion, and I regret that I did not catch the time. I don't know, my stomach for some reason is not rumbling, so that's usually how I cure myself. But thank you for that good suggestion. I need the support of members in that. Yes, I'm seeing thumbs up. Do I need to vote on that, Elsie Paparella?
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, you do. I've just prepared the votes, so I'm going to, it's just taking 1 second. And I've got it for 1/2 hour, returning at 10-1. So I see all the fingers going up. So
now you're all making me feel very guilty, all those.
The vote is up.
Lisa, I have some more. Okay. The vote is closed. 12-0. Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger, again. Okay, we'll see you in half an hour, folks. Bye for now.
first.
We are live, and I hope you all enjoyed it.
I heard that. Lorraine, that wasn't your inside voice, girl.
Getting a little punchy here. I hope you all enjoyed a great lunch, and at the great wisdom of the chair, we decided to break for lunch. So, yeah. We are on to, for members of the public who are just catching us now, in terms of our agenda, we are beginning discussion items 7.1. Okay, so Elsie Pepperella, I'm going to introduce this budget request from the Food Advisory Committee, and I'm going to ask any members if there are questions or comments on it. I see none. Okay, may I have a mover and a seconder, please, on this item? Moved by Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Nan. Vote is up. Councillor Collins? Councillor Ferguson? Thumbs up from Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Partridge, are you with us? I don't think so. Okay, that vote to nothing. Thank you. On to 7.2, the budget submission, Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. Is there any discussion on this item? Yes, Councillor Pearson, please.
No, move it. I'll move
it. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Thank you. The vote is up. Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. No, I don't. I don't see him. That vote carries 12 to nothing. Thank you. We're on to item 7.3 on your agenda. Joining us, it is the budget submission from the Seniors Advisory Commission. Any comments or questions? It's moved by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Ferguson, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a general question of all these various committees that are coming with their budget requests. Just a question, Mike, are these all included in the budget so far? Or is these all enhancements? And I was trying to get that clear in my mind.
Yes,
So
Councillor.
through you,
Sorry, Mr. Zagirik.
yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mike Zagirik, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if all of the budgets were approved as presented, it would represent a reduction of $108.
A reduction?
Yes.
Huh. Okay, thanks.
Mayor Eisenberger?
Thank you. Would it be appropriate for us to move, I believe it's, just to get my line up here,
7.3 to 7.10?
7.4 through to 7.11?
7.3 to 7.10 are what we've got left for the volunteer committees.
Sorry, women's shelter and support investment options are not part of that?
It's not an advisory committee report, no, but if, yeah.
So 7.3 to 7.10. I'd be happy to move all of those.
Okay.
Councillor Jackson?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I would wish the mayor would start at 7.4 because there's no way Councillor Nan and I could attend the next SAC meeting if we didn't individually move and second the Seniors Advisory Committee budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so item 7.3 has been moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Nan with a big thumbs up. All those in favor or opposed? The vote is up.
Councillor Collins still, oh, there he is. He approves. Okay, got him.
Okay.
Vote's closed.
The vote is closed, and that carries
Councillor Johnson wants to speak.
13 to nothing. Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
And if the mayor wants to move the rest of them from 7.3 to 7.10 or 7.4 to 7.10, I'd like to second it because being the member of the Veterans Committee, I'd be proud to be the seconder.
Absolutely. So it is so moved. Items 7.4 to 7.10, moved by Mayor Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Give me just 1 second, folks. I've just changed that vote.
Vote is up. Councillor Collins? Thank you. That vote is closed and it carries 13 to nothing. We're on item 7.11 or 7.11. Any discussion on this matter? Is shelter and support investment options. Councillor Ferguson.
Just for clarity, did we not already approve that when we went through budget, the list of, I mean, there's that $950,000 was on this, on the enhancement. Or
Elsie Pepperella.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, there were a few items that because they were listed, the reports were actually listed on the agenda. I had noted that we would pull those out of the previous approval and do them when we got to the report on the agenda.
I appreciate that. I wasn't here during that time, so I wasn't sure.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor, it is moved by Councillor Collins and seconded by Councillor Nan on 7.11, please. The vote. Yep, he approves it. Great, that carries 12 to 1. Thank you. We're on to item 7.12, neighbor to neighbor funding update. Is there any discussion with respect to this item? Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I don't have any questions on the report, but I'd just like to highlight a couple things. So I thought there was a really proactive discussion at the previous meeting where this was brought up. So really appreciate Paul Johnson and his team for coming back with this report in such short order. A couple things I'd like to highlight as we go through is just some of the questions that were raised before. So the first is in Table 1. There was some discussion about what was funded for capital versus what was funded for operating from the previous agreement with Neighbor to Neighbor. So I'd like to highlight in Table 1 that there was $300,000 in 2016 that was funded specifically for capital of bringing on the new community food center on Hamilton Mountain. But that $200,000 a year was not for capital, that was for operating. And that's outlined in Table 1. And then if we go down to page 3, I'm just going to read one paragraph here to highlight that $200,000 a year was for operating expenses for the community food center. It says that the funding provided by the city was not restricted to a specific program, but to the overall operations of the community food center. This financial commitment was to help provide resources for community food center programming such as community kitchens, community gardens, healthy eating and school nutrition, after-school programming, local food forums, and other food skills and cooking programs to a large area of the city. So once again, the agreement that $200,000 was for the day-to-day programming costs at the community food center. Just moving down, there was a question about other city funding, and the next paragraph clarifies that the Neighbor to Neighbor Community Food Center receives no other city funding. So this is the sole city support for the Community Food Center. In Table 2, it outlines the city contribution to the Community Food Center's annual operating budget. So you can see there it ranges roughly from a third to a quarter of the funding that's received to operate that center. There was the question that was raised about the Community Food Centers Canada funding arrangement. So I'm just going to highlight part of that paragraph that says, and this letter is part in one of the appendices, but just to highlight that the letter indicates that there is the intention of contributing $1 million for operations over the next 5 years on condition that the Community Food Center has, or sorry, that the Community Food Centers Canada has the funds available, and that the Community Food Center continues to meet the criteria. If the Neighbor to Neighbor Center will be required to raise the balance of funds for their operating costs. So this commitment for the $1 million from Community Food Centers Canada is not, my understanding anyway, is not contingent on the city matching. But if the city withdraws our funding level, it basically takes away that 1/4 to 1/3 of programming funding from the Neighbor to Neighbor Community Food Center. And they would be responsible for making that up themselves, which obviously they're going to have a very tough time doing. There was questions about the Community Enrichment Fund. So on page 5, there's the outline of the Community Enrichment Fund. But I'd just like to highlight that this funding from the Community Enrichment Fund is specifically for the Athens Street Food Bank. It is not for the Neighbor to Neighbor Center on the mountain. The Neighbor to Neighbor Center, the Community Food Center, receives no community enrichment funding. And there were some questions of whether they would be, you know, by funding it this way, if they should be taken out of the Community Enrichment Fund supports. And the report goes on to say that while they haven't applied for community enrichment funding, they would be eligible for community enrichment funding in future years. So if this is not supported today, then the Neighbor to Neighbor Community Food Center would certainly be looking for funds from that Community Enrichment Fund, which would reduce the funding available to other community food share social programs throughout the city. On the issue of area rating, I think that's addressed specifically, that the area rating fund is specifically called the Area Rated Special Capital Infrastructure Reserve. So it is specifically for capital. And once again, that $200,000 is operating.
You're at your 5-minute mark. Would you like to go back on, sir?
No, I think that's everything I wanted to highlight from the report. But like I said, I do appreciate the discussion, and hopefully that this answers all the questions that members of committee had. And I believe Paul Johnson's here to clarify anything. Thank you.
Thank you. This is to receive the report. Are any further comments or questions? Councillor Ferguson, then Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, just a question. Probably to Brian. Brian, I'm looking at the financial statements for Neighbor to Neighbor, and I see that the grants for the city of Hamilton are $361,764. And if $200,000 has been coming from this fund, that would leave $161,000. But it doesn't appear like that's all from the City Enrichment Fund. Where else would they get grants from the city of Hamilton then? If the whole $160,000 doesn't come from the City Enrichment Fund.
So through the chair. Yeah, I'm just making sure you're there. So Councillor, are you referring to one of the letters in particular, or a particular schedule in the report? Or
No, I'm just referring to their Neighbor to Neighbor's financial statements. And the income statement that they have online shows that the grants for the city of Hamilton are $361,764,000. And if you get $200,000 for this operating system, it doesn't show that kind of money's coming from the enrichment fund, 164,000, which is the difference between what's on their statements and what's provided to the fund that's being debated right now.
Right. Yeah. So through the chair, just the information that we have from Neighbor to Neighbor related to these to the application for the Canada Food Centers, or sorry, the Community Food Center. We're working on a calendar year, January 1st to December 31st, 2020. So what we did annually for the past 5 years. So when we did go look at their financial statements on their website as well, and those year ends are till March 31st. Annually, and so it was a little difficult to try to match our funding that we send them related to this program to what's in their financial statements. But what we also have found, and we tried to outline in the report, was some of the other funding that we give them, that we've given them in the past. But recently, yeah. So I think there might be some problem, or it might be some of the way the accounting's being recorded on how they're recording the funds in their financial statements related to the different year ends.
So 200,000 then from this fund to it, and then I think the City Enrichment Fund, if I'm reading this properly, well, maybe you could tell us how much do they get from the City Enrichment Fund?
So sorry, yeah. So through the chair, so in 2019, if we're looking at the 2019 financial statements, and in 2020 they received table 3 in the report, 51,297, and in 2019, 50,638. So that might have been.
Yeah, so there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect there of $100,000, because whether you go December 31st or to March 31st, your annual cost would be about the same. So I'm just puzzled by that disconnect. I'm trying to get a feel for how much they get from the city and how much do the other food banks get for the city to make sure we're being fair and reasonable to all.
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, so that's what we did do. We undertook an exercise to look at our financial records and look at the payments that we make to that we've made to Neighbor, and we've tried to classify them under the categories as we outlined in the report, whether it was for the food bank, the one location, or at the on Athens, or whether it was a Limeridge Road location where the Community Food Center is located, and we were able to come up with these results. So, and as we mentioned in the report, there was some previous funding that would have been Hamilton Future Fund. It would have been back in 2016, but you're looking at the 2019 financial statements.
Well, 2019 they got $402,000. In 2020 they got $361,000 from the city. Then they got federal grants and they got grants, other grants, and so I just want to make sure that we're balancing everybody, treating everybody equally. And when I saw that disconnect of $100,000, it just triggered my questions. And I don't know why it makes a difference when the year ends. What you send annually is probably about the same. Depending, it doesn't matter when the year end is. Anyhow, I still got $100,000 that I'm trying to figure out.
So through the chair, there is some other housing. Housing provides some funding related to some counseling services provided by Neighbor to Neighbor, and we can get some more information on that if you'd like.
It's about
it's about 80,000. It's about 80,000.
So that's 80 of the $100,000 in. Mm-hmm. So they are getting somewhere around $350,000 a year then in total from the city of Hamilton.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, I had to find my area to unmute. So just a couple of questions from me. I'm really uncomfortable about this. I mean, we're not talking about 200,000 a year. We're talking about 350,000 a year, 200,000 a year over 4 years or 5 years for the $1 million. But Brian, Madam Chair, my question, if we go to page 7 of 7 in the report, item number 1, 2021 tax supported operating budget, the funding, it says the funding could be provided to Neighbor from the 2021 budget, resulting in a budget pressure. So this request for funding has not been considered in this budget. So how is that going to impact? Because it would go on the levy. Is that correct?
Yeah. So through the chair, what we did on page 7 is provide some alternatives. Right. for council, and Councillor Danko has a motion, and it's to be funded from the tax stabilization reserve, right? So, so the first choice we said was, yeah, we could add it back to the budget at $200,000. So that would be a pressure because the previous contract ended, and there's no money in the 2021 budget for this $200,000 annually for the next for 5 years. Another option that we explored with staff would be the City Enrichment Fund, particularly for the 2021 one-time funding, and it's outlined in the report that that their intake process was earlier in the year, and they're reporting back in May on that intake process. However, the grant subcommittee indicated recently to Audit, Finance, and Admin Committee that there was surpluses from the 2020 program, so there are potentially some monies that are in the Community Enrichment Fund reserve, and that's an option. And in addition, typically when we have sometimes one-time type requests, we have options where we can sometimes fund them from city reserves. So typically, and our following process and procedures are overall operating budget surplus goes to the tax stabilization reserve. So that would be an option to fund it.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that response. Now, the one thing that isn't on page 7, there's 1, 2, 3 options, is the option for council to agree and make the decision that the funding could come out of the area-rated special capital infrastructure reinvestment reserves. Another councillor has done that in the past and brought that motion to council, and we did agree to that they could use some of their area rating funds for funding a program that was not capital, and I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it was for something similar, as in a food bank. I mean, I love Denise. She's great. She's been hugely supportive of so many things, but this is not about Denise. This is about fairness for other organizations across the city. You know, none of my area food banks, I have 2, they don't get any money from the city. And I'm sure there's others across the city as well. So I'm really, really uncomfortable about this. But what I would support is a motion for it to be for the 200,000 to come out of the area rated funds, and it doesn't have to be just for the Ward 8 area rated funds. It could be because Neighbor to Neighbor does help several mountain wards, so perhaps there could be some sort of a negotiation there. I'll leave it at that, but I'm really uncomfortable with this. I'll wait to hear what my other colleagues say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Councillor Farr.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the previous speaker. That was one of the 2 areas I wanted to just get some confirmation on, because I thought I recollected it was part of the conversation when this first was brought forward. And I'm sure a lot of folks, including those in his ward, appreciate Councillor Danko's efforts here. But, you know, it's a way back, but Councillor McCaddy and I did use area rating reserve funds for operational food security, a cause that I'm sorry escapes me now. I remember some of the community leaders that were invested in it, and council did approve using area rating reserves, albeit as this 7-pager or 8-pager, 7-pager indicates on page 6 of 7, Madam Chair, that investments happen according to the guidelines established in the report, and it's mentioned here. And they are specific to capital, but through you to Mike, and I think we touched on this last time we talked about it, but are we not, as a council, do we not have the ability in a one-off case such as this to amend those guidelines for something as important as this, to allow to put some area rating capital reserve ward monies towards an operating expense in an initiative of great value such as this, through you to Mike?
Mr. Zagarek.
As a council.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it is a council policy, and council has discretion as it relates to the application of those funds. But I might also ask Brian to weigh in, as he's more intimately familiar with the policy as it relates to eligibility of social program costs, because we did amend the policy some years ago to incorporate a social component to that policy.
Mr. McMullen.
Yeah, so through the chair, it was, in reference in the report is the FCS 18014A when we amended those procedures. And a lot of that was driven from some of the trying to get some clarity on where the funds could be spent. So we did allocate and create sort of a discretionary fund within the amounts allocated to the former Hamilton wards, and so we've had a sort of social procurement, but what we were trying to then link it back to was other policies that we have in place for even in the councillors, elected officials' budgets about the amount of monies that they can give for grants and contributions and sponsorships. So it does require council approval to do those sorts of initiatives, and so yes, we've amended the policy and the guidelines, but ultimately it is up to council to decide how they want to spend these monies.
Through you to Brian, the amending report to support social agencies as opposed to specific capital, as I recall, was that 100K annually per ward, max?
So through the chair, yeah. So we've allocated the discretionary fund out of the what would have been 1.6 million per the old wards, 1 to 8. That allocation has changed with the ward boundaries in 2018. $100,000 was allocated to be what is described as discretionary, but typically we need council approval for those any approval. Sorry.
Right, but just to be clear, this would fit in that 100K. So if 2 wards wanted to go 100K each, I know neighbor to neighbors in 2 different wards, that's a possibility when we get to the motion a little later as a possible funding source with council's approval in utilizing that 100K per each ward.
I would suggest that the wording that we actually have in those guidelines and the checklist does refer to it as being infrastructure and does not suggest that it would be used for operations.
So we council would still need to amend it and can amend it. Okay. Now I just wanted to get some clarity on the second one because on page 7 of 7, item number 3, the option is city reserves in this report. And it says we could, through reserve, tax stabilization, take care of 2021. But this clearly states in future years, the sources of fundings and beyond would need to be identified during the subsequent budget processes. Yet the motion actually asks for 5 years of funding from the tax stabilization reserve. The two are not aligned. So can I get some clarity on that, or am I missing something?
No. So through the chair. Oh yeah, no, so through the chair, yeah, the intention of our report was to sort of not necessarily address the recommended motion as it was being, or the proposed motion as it was being presented. It was to say that potentially 2021 could be funded from the tax stabilization reserve. It is up to council. There are many options about funding if we want to fund 2022 and beyond, but we could fund 2021 from the tax stabilization reserve or from the budget or from another source, and then deal with 2022 and beyond during the 2022 budget discussions. I don't know if Mike wants to add anything on that.
Yeah, through you to Mike, I'm just saying, I'm pointing out, I know we're talking about these 7 pages. Ultimately, they're going to be helping us to inform the debate in moments when the motion comes. The motion asks for 5 years, 200 a year from tax stabilization.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what Brian's highlighting is that council has the authority to approve funding for the upcoming year. You can't approve funding for years 2 through 5. So financially, what you have before you is approval. What you have before you in the motion is seeking approval for 2021 and the balance of the 5 years in principle. I think what staff would need some direction on is if this were to be supported, is council committed to the full 5 years, assuming that there's some form of an agreement that would have to be executed, recognizing that council would only be identifying potentially funding for year 1 of the 5 years, or alternatively, is council approving, alternatively, committee and council could approve the funding for year 1 and require subsequent years to come forward each and every year.
Councillor?
Thank you. The wording in A of the motion is that 5 additional years of funding for Neighbor to Neighbor Community Food Center be supported at a cost of $200K per year to be provided on an annual basis for 5 years and to be funded through the tax stabilization reserve. That's the exact wording. Anyway, I don't want to get too much into the motion. I'm going to get in trouble by staff. I'll deal with that at the time, and I'm not completely clear. It seems to me to be focusing, the motion does, on the 5 years. But again, I'm probably a little bit out of order. I'll let others speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. So some quick questions just so that I'm on the right page. Can I confirm that we have 11 food banks operating across the city from one end to the other?
Who can help us answer that? Do we have someone from Mr. Johnson's shop here? There he is, Paul.
So through the deputy mayor, we'd have to get you that information. I mean, there are more than that in terms of those that operate at a local level. So there are many places that are doing some level of food service. But in terms of one, if the question is, are ones we fund or ones attached to major organizations, we could certainly provide you with that list. The number seems in the ballpark for me, given my quick addition in the head, but I'd have to get you a formal answer on that. But I do want to let you know too, there are many more that exist in small way through churches, through community groups that we would not have a full record of.
Thank you.
I understand that, but I'm talking specifically about food banks, and I thought in the last presentation, one of the GIC budgets, we were told that there were 10 food banks plus neighbor to neighbor. Yes, there's lots of other groups that are providing baskets of food to residents. Do we know how much we're actually providing in operating funds to the food banks? All of them in total?
Mr. Johnson, are you able to help us with that? Or Mr.
Through the deputy mayor, I'm not at this moment. We can pull that information from the organizations that provide it and give you the sum total of it, but no, there are bits and pieces, and then it's whether you consider food share a food bank or not, because they don't actually direct the service. We do provide a large grant to food share to support the other food banks, so we could break that down unless finance has it to hand. I do not.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Zagarek, did you have anything that might help answer the question?
No, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. No, I wouldn't have any additional information over what Paul's already shared.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Can I ask to Mr. Johnson, have the food banks been indicating that they've had a much higher than normal demand on their services, especially, I guess, since COVID-19?
Through the deputy mayor, yes, and demands that in terms of the way they have to operate for food, in terms of how they get it to people or how people can get to them. So on both fronts, they are seeing an increased pressure in parts of the community, and also having to adjust their operations, which is driving costs higher as well in terms of how they deliver that service.
And it's fair to say that the lockdown has been challenging for them in terms of those who would like to donate food may not be able to get out to donate food. So I'm wondering, is it possible, Mr. Zagarek, that if the wards who are have neighbor to neighbor serving them were to share the cost through their area rating fund, that the $200,000 that we were committed to the food center could be reutilized and distributed amongst the remaining food banks to assist them with their challenges? Is that theoretically possible?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Councillor, if you could repeat the question. I'm not sure I caught the tail end of that.
Yeah, no problem. So the $200,000 a year that we're talking about for neighbor to neighbor, if that $200,000 was allocated from area rating reserves for the wards that are getting service from neighbor to neighbor, And then the remaining, the actual $200,000 that we had committed could be redistributed to the 10 food banks who need assistance as a result of COVID-19, which would be roughly $20,000 grant per food bank for the year.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think I understood the question, and the council will correct me if I'm going astray. With respect to the first part, as it relates to area rating, as Mr. McMullen's identified, is the policy does make reference to capital or infrastructure. Having said that, it is a council policy, and it's always in the authority of council to waive that policy and direct funds accordingly. The issue and why this is before you with some recommendations on reserve funding or non-levy funding, Councillor, is there is no base funding in the 2021 levy to support the 200,000. And so consequently, if to the second part of your question as relates to distributing 200,000 to other agencies, that too would be some form of an enhancement either from reserves or against the levy. So again, the reason it's before you requesting a funding for neighbor to neighbor is there is no base funding in the 2021 budget for this program or initiative.
So to be clear, Deputy Mayor, this is not an automatic extension from the original grant then?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct. The original was a 5-year term and agreement that expired in 2021. The funding in effect was eliminated out of the levy in 2020, and we funded 2020, the 200,000 in 2020 from reserves, recognizing that our original 5-year commitment was expiring. And for that reason, it's before you seeking a funding strategy for the additional 5-year commitment, representing $200,000 annually.
Okay, just a brief comment. The reason I'm offering that suggestion is I have concerns about funding $200,000 a year for a food bank for a food center while we have 10 other food banks who have exhibited indicated to us that they're hurting, that they're having challenges getting the food bank stocked, and they could clearly use the fund. So this was simply a suggestion where we could move some things around and provide broader assistance than just to neighbor, but I'll leave it to my colleagues in terms of where they're wanting to go. I just feel that we should be more equitable with the funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I hear someone. Was that Mr. McMullen? No? Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Did you wish to speak, Brian?
No, I'm good right now, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. We have up next Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and a very good discussion in terms of trying to sort this very important issue out. I wanted to clarify in terms of the service delivery, and so what I've learned from our experts and the partners that I deal with in terms of Mission Services and Hamilton Food Share is that we have, I know we have 13 food banks locally, and we have 7 hot meal programs. And so from a service perspective, the question earlier was asked in terms of how many there are, and that's how many I think fall under the umbrella of Hamilton Food Share. As Paul mentioned, there'd be other, I think, more informal, either church-run or other small programs throughout the city that wouldn't be part of that network. And I want to put some context into the area rating. So I was one of those who took on the initiative with former Councillor Powers in terms of coming up with that. And from the start, we put in place the policy as it relates to capital. And over time, there were requests made for grants and donations and similar type of funding requests along the lines of operating. And I think what Councillor Farr was referring to before, Councillor McCaddy kind of opened that door with the regular donations to Food for Kids, who I think had reached out to all wards in the city to ask for resources, and that started a regular grant, I think, to that organization. I correct me if I'm wrong, if staff know otherwise. And so when we reviewed the policy years later, staff were concerned that if in the event that area rating ever ceased to exist, and so if there came the day where council said, We're now going to pass along those allotments every year, those levy contributions that are collected every year from wards 1 to 8. If we ever ceased to operate that program and put those dollars back to the community, and I think at the time it was $20-something a year per household, that there'd be these levy pressures, programs like the one that Councillor Danko has in front of us, who are relying annually on area rating, and then we'd be forced to deal with a whole host of funding requests that would have to essentially fall on the levy, or council might want to stop funding those requests. So that was the dilemma, and so we came forward with the policy as was referenced by Mr. McMullen and Mr. Zagarek, and of course, as has been noted with the footnote, we can deviate from that policy, and that was the discussion we had at the time when we reviewed it. Look, if you're going to deviate from the policy, you have to bring a motion to council. And that's happened a couple of times. And as was referenced today, I came to council last term. I tried to create a food bank in my area where we didn't have services for many years. And council thankfully contributed to that with the plan and idea that it'll eventually move into the expanded Riverdale Rec Center. And those funds hopefully will no longer be required. So that's where we're at today. I came not too long ago, December, and asked for the support for my area, although it serves constituents outside of my ward, and thankfully council unanimously agreed to that, and I'd be quite willing to support Councillor Danko and Pauls and Whitehead, I believe, who spoke to this when he was here last, in terms of continuing that service. I think we need to know at some point in time, what the end game is in terms of how would we wrap up that funding in a couple of years' time. I don't think we had that discussion the last time we funded Councillor Whitehead's request. And so I'm comfortable, as others are, funding this from area rating. When I approached staff last term and asked whether it should come from tax stabilization, I think we were in a bit of a precarious position in terms of the state of the reserve. And this time around, it was easier again to fund from my ward area rating. And I think that should probably be the same situation that we have now, although I know we're probably looking at a very large year-end variance this year. It hasn't always been the case where the tax stabilization reserve is at a healthy level. So I'm certainly supportive of trying to assist Councillor Danko and the other mountain councillors, and I would prefer, as is the policy, with council's blessing, to fund this through area rating, and then hopefully work with our colleagues through the subcommittee level to determine how this is more sustainably funded on a go-forward basis. Thank you. So sorry, I'm probably debating the motion, and I bet you, Steph's a little concerned about where this is going, but I wanted to put out the historical context, which I think is important, and that'll mean I probably don't have to speak when the motion comes up later as well. Thank you.
Are you seeing the fumes in the horizon? Thank you.
Yes, they're coming out of my computer. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate some of the latitude you're allowing, because the motion obviously is tied into the current debate on the staff report. And I want to thank Councillor Collins as well for the accurate historical context that he provided about the area rating too. And so, because the discussion is meandering over into options, including AR funds, I have to say right up front, going into today and with the motion to be forthcoming in a little while from Councillor Danko, I was prepared to support the motion that's on our table, 8.1, about the funds coming from the tax stabilization reserve. I read the report from staff, the 7-page report of the options, but I'm going to say right now and up front, I will not support the neighbor to neighbor ask if my majority of my colleagues are going the route of area rated funds from the mountain councillors, and I'm going to say it for 2 or 3 reasons. Number one, I've done my darndest since the wonderful policy came forward from Councillor Powers and Councillor Collins about 15 or so years ago. I've done my darndest to stay within the policy confinement of capital expenditures, whether it's been, Madam Deputy Mayor, for hard infrastructure like sidewalk, road renewal, traffic island conversions, or soft infrastructure by purchasing school sites to preserve open space and parkland for neighborhoods and community. Secondly, I think I mentioned it the last time, but I'm going to have to reiterate, about 5 years ago or so, the previous executive director of Neighbor to Neighbor, Doug Fairway, approached some of us, and I was very pleased and honored to provide some area-rated funds towards purchase of a new mobile food service van for Neighbor to Neighbor, because their existing one was literally unsafe to operate at the time. And so because it was a capital expenditure of a new mobile food service van that serves families that can't get to the Athens Road site of the original Neighbor to Neighbor location, I was pleased and proud to support that at this time. And lastly, Madam Deputy Mayor, the Canada-wide food center that provided 5 years ago the matching funds to the city funds. I was so excited and enthusiastic to support Executive Director Denise Arkell, who through her lobbying efforts found the Canadian agency, and we were one of, I believe, only 8 or 9 cities in the whole country that got the tremendous over $1 million with the matching funds from the city to open the community food center on Lime Ridge Road West, a unique, one of its kind type of operation, and providing multicultural foods, training of different cultures and foods and culinary delights. But again, I wanted to state up front clearly, I supported that initial 5-year program. I'm prepared again to support it today based on the wording in the current Councillor Danko motion later on. But if this is going to meander over into area-rated funds, Ward 6, unfortunately, all my dollars are committed to a couple of school sites, Madam Deputy Mayor, that I may need to have funds available to purchase on behalf of my community. Thanks for your latitude, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just a few questions on the report and the status of the Community Food Center. Through you to staff, was the Community Food Center eligible for any social service relief funds during the pandemic, and is that a factor here?
Who would be able to help
So,
us?
so through the chair, Brian McMullen here. So I'm not sure what they were eligible for during the pandemic. So what is attached in one of the appendices is their 2020 results, and a bit of a summary on where their funding came from and what they were able to do with it. So. What it looks like in that summary is that the Community Food Centers Canada provided $380,000 against what was a $250,000 commitment. So they gave them additional $130,000 during 2020, and then they were short on some other areas with their funding, and they had additional food costs that were higher in 2020 than their budget. They were $122,000 higher than their estimate of, or the budget estimate of $55,000. So that was related to the pandemic.
Thank you. And if I could, through you, could somebody please help separate out, because I think I've heard it a few times among my colleagues, a reference to our food banks versus the food center. And there is this distinction here, and recognizing that Neighbor to Neighbor as the kind of parent organization runs both a food bank and a food center, compared to some of the other partners in our emergency food network that focus on food bank services, hot meal services, for example. So what's the distinction? Because from my perspective, is it not a public health distinction between a community food center and a food bank?
So through the chair, Brian McMullen again, I can concentrate on what we had in the report regarding and trying to segregate the two and distinguish the two that we had outlined in the report, and then I know Paul Johnson can add some more information in there. And that's essentially what, the City Enrichment Fund, there is some funding that is being provided to Neighbor for the food bank and a couple other food-related services, and that was identified in table, I think it's table 3. So there's home delivery and there's a Middle East outreach on some of the funds that they get from the City Enrichment Fund. And that is under their programs that are No One is Hungry or Without Shelter. And then the other one is from Community Capacity Grows. Then there's the center that is on Landmerge Mall. That is the topic of the motion and of the report, and trying to distinguish between the two. So that programs, they offer different programs at the center than is offered through a food bank. So they offer 3 programs: a food access program, a food skills program, and an education engagement and an outreach program. And within those program areas, they have multiple programs that they've been delivering on, as was set out in the mandate of this with this agreement, and the funding that was provided through Community Food Centers Canada. So there's different, I'm suggesting that there's different programs that are being run between the center and the food bank at the other location.
Thank you for that, Director McMillan. And also through you, I feel, Deputy Mayor, that part of what this report and discussion is unveiling for me is the kind of structural gap that had been created by a one-time 5-year funding model versus looking at a sustainable funding model for an essential service that does serve residents beyond the mountain. I know of residents that go to the food center to participate in the education programs, not since the pandemic, not in the pandemic, but before the pandemic. It has been a cultural lifeline for a lot of people who otherwise feel isolated in different portions of the community and across the city. So I do know that it does serve in that way. We may not always see it or hear it, or nor does it always get heard. I am curious, though, through you to General Manager Johnson, whether or not there is an intention or a plan through Emergency Community Services to examine the current state of our citywide emergency food network and analyze where the existing needs and pressures are. And have we done a scoping of a post, or I guess, in time pandemic, and also projecting out what the pressure is currently inside of the spectrum of agencies and support groups that are providing food security in our city?
So through the Deputy Mayor, early on in the pandemic, we worked with Hamilton Food Share to look at where emergency investments needed to be taking place, and they would be for programs that would be different from what you're talking about today. This would be the traditional access to emergency food through food banks, and so that work happened in the pandemic, and we did make some additional financial investments, particularly through Food Share, so that they could procure more items to distribute through that network of food service organizations that provide both hot meals as well as food banks. In terms of looking at the transition and recovery, no, we've not undertaken that work at the moment in any aspect of emergency services, whether it's around shelter or around food. It is part of what we'll have to do, and I know that Executive Director Joanne Santucci has already reached out and will be willing to talk more about that. And it was very valuable to do that early on, because we actually made the right investments early that carried us through part of the pandemic. And we'll be looking to do that again. But in terms of has that work occurred yet? No, it hasn't.
Okay. And I think that that's kind of the challenge in this conversation right now, is for me, it does speak to that state of social services in the recovery transition and period, and placing the spectrum of our emergency food network players. So whether it is those that you've just mentioned who've been providing the direct emergency food for individuals who have no food, to those who are providing the hot meal services, to those grassroots or non-institutional organizations, or then also including the Community Food Center as a different entity that make up the spectrum of food services as a social and health service here in the city. So I mean, we will get to it in the motion, and I'll raise the suggestion there, but it would be remiss, I think, if we don't find some sort of gap funding for the Community Food Center to stay in operation in 2021. But I also want to acknowledge that there's a structural issue here in terms of sustainability of the entire network, including the food center in that spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Mayor Eisenberger up now.
Madam Chair, I don't want Stephanie Paparella to explode, so I'm gonna move to receive this and just ask that you put me the first speaker on the motion, which we should really start talking about at this point.
Absolutely. Thank you. Stephanie is still in one piece, but she's about to blow. So, okay, thank you. It is moved by Mayor Eisenberger. I don't see any further speakers, and seconded by Councillor Ferguson to receive the information report. The vote is up. Let me know if you're having difficulties voting.
Madam Chair, could I suggest that
Councillor Farr?
in terms of continuity that we deal with that item now, since we're on the topic, rather than hopping to another one, then coming back again? That we move this one ahead to kind of finalize as we go.
Yep, I understand that direction. I favor it. I'll look to Elsie Paparella.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's not a problem at all. And Councillor Danko has sent some revised wording that we're going to send out to everybody. Councillor Farr, are you able to vote so I can close this one vote, please? Thank you. Okay, right, the vote's closed. And we'll send out that wording to everybody.
That vote carries on receiving the report 14-0. Thank you. If you just give our clerks a few minutes.
Okay, Councillor Danko, you tell me when you're ready for me to send that out, please. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, Councillor.
And Stephanie, will you be putting that up on the screen for the public?
Absolutely. But it'll be in the vote, and Councillor Danko will read it out as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So members of council and members of the public, if you're watching and following along on your agenda, we're going to leapfrog to a motion, which is 8.1 on your agenda. Mayor Eisenberger wishes to speak to that motion first, although I do understand we have an amendment. Mayor Eisenberger? I haven't seen it yet. Okay.
All right, thank you. And you know, I can read the amendment, but if Councillor Danko wants to put the amendment first, I'm fine with that. Then I'll speak at that point. But I have some thoughts to share.
Thank you. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. And just listening to this discussion, and this is a really important program for mountain residents, for residents across the city. And this is not emergency COVID funding. This is a continuation of their funding so that they continue to offer programming through 2021 as their funding expired at the end of 2020. And it would be a loss of about a quarter to a third of the programming that they are able to offer if this was to not be continued for this year. So the amendment that you have emailed to you is basically, well, maybe I'll just read it. Is that A, the Neighbor to Neighbor Community Food Center be supported for the 2021 budget at a cost of $200,000 to be provided through the 2021 Tax Stabilization Reserve. So specific to 2021, that the annual operating $200,000 funding request from Neighbor to Neighbor Community Food Center for the remaining 4 years from 2022 through to 2025 be referred to Emergency and Community Services Committee for a report back on a multi-year sustainable funding options. And that C, that the motion respecting funding for Neighbor to Neighbor Food Center be approved in principle and referred to the 2021 operating budget deliberations for final consideration. And just really briefly, like I understand committee's concern about equity with the other food banks throughout the city. Again, this is not COVID-related funding. This is a continuation of funding that they had already been receiving. We're counting on for the following years, but understanding that there needs to be some sort of sustainable approach to this, and considering other food banks and other program coordinators throughout the city. So hopefully we can get them through 2021, give them some transition, and then be able to come back with a more robust, perhaps model that would be more satisfactory to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger, I know you wanted to speak, but Elsie Paparella would like to speak as well. So I'll
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. The last subsection C is not required, Councillor Danko, because we are already in the operating budget, so that could be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie Paparella. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Okay, thank you. And you know, since I didn't speak on the last item purposely, and now I'm speaking, I would like a little bit more latitude in terms of time, because everybody's doubling up here. So I saved you some time. If I go over 5 minutes, forgive me.
You gave us lunch, so I'll give you latitude.
Listen, I thank everyone for the comments. You know, I've got some history on this as well, and there's a couple of issues that I think are perplexing to me. One is that you know, I was well involved with creating the original agreement with the agency and with Neighbor to Neighbor. Councillor Scott Duvall and I were engaged. It was a discussion, a conversation, an agreement was come to, and it was a 5-year agreement. And so it didn't say, you know, this agreement is going to last forever and always. It may be the right thing to do, but that's not the way the agreement is structured. So I find it passing frustrating, and I love Neighbor to Neighbor. They do fantastic work. And they do fantastic work on behalf of the entire community, which is another issue I'll talk to in a second. But they should have, and I don't know why they didn't, come back to renew the agreement. So if you have an agreement and you know it's going to expire, at some point you want to come to someone within the organization, not just the councillor, to put a motion on the floor saying, well, we had an agreement and we want to now continue it. You come together and have a conversation with emergency services and others, and talk about how do we extend that agreement now that we're at the expiration of this agreement. Why, you know, shouldn't we sit down and have a conversation around value, the benefits? This is what it's done for our community. You know what? And if you continue it with another 5-year agreement, we can leverage that with the same organization, and you'll still continue to get the benefits that we've accrued over these past 5 years. I'm sorry that didn't happen. It should have. Now, having said that, and again, saying once again that they do fantastic work, and they do fantastic work across the city, I always worry about, you know, regionalizing these kinds of facilities when there's broad community need and broad community value, that we then say, well, you know what, it happens to be located in Ward 8. I'm not sure which it is at this point, 8 or 9. Is it 8? I think it's 8. Yes. Because it happens to be located in Ward 8, therefore it's a mountain facility and doesn't really connect to anyone, and therefore we should area rate this thing. I think the principles of area rating need to be held on to. Yes, we've made some exceptions. I don't think they're the right thing to do. The original outset of that hydro fund was for hard infrastructure by and large. We've included some soft infrastructure, parks being infrastructure that are vital to communities. As they come available, we put some resources into that through the area rated funds. Those are good choices. Operating funds in this kind of a manner, especially when you're regionalizing it, I think is just completely wrong. So my suggestion was going to be, before I waited to speak, was why don't we fund this year through the tax stabilization reserve? I think we can all agree that Neighbor to Neighbor does fantastic work in our community. What we need to be shown, I think, in terms of a future agreement, is the value and benefits of all the work that they've done and how that's actually made a difference in the lives of so many people. And I'm sure they can do that. And then we can come together and sit down and have a look at, is there value in continuing on with another agreement that provides the same kind of value and supports that Neighbor to Neighbor has been able to deliver. Should have been done in the first place. wasn't done. I think there was an assumption, well, we've had the 5-year agreement, so we'll just carry on. Well, that's a wrong assumption on their part, on all of our parts, quite frankly. It is totally legitimate that we should sit down, have that conversation, understand and realize the benefits so that when we have another look at the whole picture, we know what we're investing in and know why we're doing it. Now, we're always investing in people, but that's why I'm not in favor of, I'm not even sure if I can find the right words for this, to wardize, make it a ward issue in all of these issues when there are actually services that are broadly needed in our community that we could put more money into. And, now that somebody's raised it, if you want to go down the road of providing, food service dollars, then maybe all of the area rated wards could put in $50,000 and we can send that off the food share, 50,000 each, and send that off the food share, and they can turn that into 5 times the amount of food that money would allow. That will be a massive benefit in the broader community here because the need is so great. And, they've not been able to raise funds. They've obviously raised funds through contributions of individuals that have been generous, but their usual fundraising methods or their food raising methods have been curtailed. They're struggling. And you know what? We're at the peak of the demand, and it is not diminishing because we are locked down and people are unemployed and all of those things are happening. So I would heartily support, just as a gesture of understanding the need and the benefit that could accrue, that every ward area rated fund contribute $50,000 to the benefit of the entire city. I'll never stop working on making sure that whatever benefits we provide, it's for the entire city. It's not just for one ward. A park is a little different. That park is localized, and when Councillor Jackson comes forward and says, I've got this piece of land, they're going to tear down the school, no longer will it be a school. That's a park that has localized benefit. That makes perfect sense. But when it comes to food services and giving people the ability to learn how to improve their health and well-being through proper food management and production and processing, that's a citywide benefit that we should never localize into a ward budget type of scenario. So I was going to suggest exactly what the councillor is suggesting now is let's fund that service for this year through the stabilization fund. And then let's have that necessary conversation with neighbor to neighbor and some of our good staff that are well versed on what the benefits have been that they can demonstrate. And then let's look to how we can make a sustainable future arrangement that can leverage those additional dollars, because that was really the outset of this was the benefit. If we put in 200,000, someone else would put in 200,000. Well, that was an enormous 100% benefit that we didn't have and would not have had we not leveraged that. So I'm really grateful for the conversation. I am grateful for the work that Neighbor to Neighbor does. I hope that we can narrow down the funding for this year, and then let's have that broader conversation so that next time it comes to us in a way that has flushed out an agreement, given us an understanding of what the values and benefits have been and will continue to be, and then we can make a fully informed decision on how we continue to fund this going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that latitude. I appreciate it. I will support the motion that Councillor Danko has on the floor right now.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. Are there any other speakers who wish to comment or any questions with respect to the motion? Councillor Ferguson, followed by Councillor Partridge, followed by Councillor Jackson. Okay, thank you. Oh, no, sorry, not Councillor Jackson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm having trouble with my technology today.
No, I can hear you very well, actually.
Perfect. No, I listened to the mayor's speech, and I get his concept of wanting non-regionalization or non-ward by ward challenges around food. But that's exactly the problem we've got right now. I think all of us in our wards have some form of food bank. I know I'm fortunate to have Ancaster Community Services, but I'm looking at an emergency food network that's was handed to me. And I'm sure other members of council are going to have the same problem, because if we do the 200,000 to this year for the food banks to neighbor. I was going down this list, and the Mission Services, all Hamilton residents. Wesley Urban Ministries, all Hamilton residents. Salvation Army, all Hamilton residents. And then I come to neighbor, Hamilton residents with a mountain address. So by their own policies, they've regionalized it. It's only the people on the mountain that get the benefit of this. There is others, you know, if I go to the Salvation Army, Dundas and Hamilton residents living west Highway 403, Stony Creek Food Bank, Stony Creek residents only, St. Matthew's House, Lower Hamilton, East End seniors and families with children only. So we've allowed this to, or somebody has allowed this progress out to already be regionalized. And the one before today is Neighbor to Neighbor, which I'm sure does great work. But clearly, their food bank is only available to people with mountain addresses. Hence, something was initiated before, was to area rate it to those people with mountain addresses, which I guess is Ward 6, 7, 8, and 14. But to do a one-off $200,000 just to one group for this year, we're all going to have our various food banks tapping us on the shoulder and say, hey, me too. And I don't know how to respond to that. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, the mayor raised a good point about coming back in and extending a 5-year agreement. And, you know, I was on the Trillium Foundation board for almost 7 years and worked with a lot of the community funders. And you had to come in with an application. And to renew any kind of a funding arrangement, you had to provide a great deal of data and information to be able to support the request for those funds. We've not seen that here at all. What do I tell my community? What do any of us tell our community when, as the previous speaker said, these organizations come to us, and I've already had it happen. I have 2 food banks. I have one that serves the rural area and one that services Waterdown. So, you know, I've already had other community groups come to me and say, well, so how do I get that money? How do I get $200,000? Can I be part of the budget process? So I can't support this. I really think that we've already gone down this road, and if anything, we need to put the brakes on and we need to rethink and relook. There is no question Neighbor to Neighbor is a incredibly worthy organization, and they do great work, and they are needed. They are needed up on the mountain. There's no question. But we have needs too. We have poverty in the rural area. How do we help those people? Do we even have them on our radar? I don't know what to tell my community. So I'm sorry, but I cannot support this.
Thank you. I don't have any other first-time speakers. Oh, I do in Councillor Pearson, and then Councillor Banco is the second time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'm listening very intently and just wanted to be few of words, but you know, I too concur. I have major issues. So as was stated, I have the Stony Creek Food Bank in my ward, and proud to have Food Share in my ward as well that services all of the city, but and serves all the food banks in the city. But I wanted to say, and it's been pointed out, the Stony Creek Food Bank only limits to Stony Creek, and they're totally donations funded. Which is greatly appreciated. But I think I want to go back to what Mr. Mayor raised as far as it was a process that was initiated 5 years ago. They came forward for it. And I think in all fairness, that was the process. And why they didn't do it this time, I don't think should elude the fact that that should be the process again. They should come forward so that we can give them, that can be a more robust discussion through emergency community services, whoever, to do a finite program for them going forward, be it for 5 years, 10 years, or infinity. So I can't support this now. I think it should be more robust. And the reason I'm saying that is because it does open the door, just as has been mentioned, to others coming before us. So if there is a process in place, which obviously they followed in the past, then let's see that done again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, Councillor Farr, then Councillor Danko is a second time. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And I'm also listening very carefully, but we all agreed that this is a great organization. We all agreed that we must find funding for not only this year, but maybe in the next 2-3 years. But I also understand what everybody else is coming from, that it is on the mountain, and the equity, we always talk about lens and equity, make sure it's fair for everyone. So I am willing for this year, because I want to make sure this passes. I want to make sure we do help them. So I am willing this year, if council agrees, like Councillor Collins said, he did that for his ward. And so I'd be willing to put some area rating from my ward, because also the food chair did, it used to be in Ward 7, and I think they still operate from there as well. So I'm all in favor in helping them out this year only, and then figure out how we can always help, like the mayor said. It should be for the whole city. Let's look at it and let's help everyone. So that is my opinion. So I am willing to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Okay, first question to the previous speaker. How much for you? 200 on the table for this year.
It's 200, so I guess I know Councillor Danko, if he agrees, I only can speak for myself. I'm willing to put, you're asking how much I would put?
Right, from your area rating, if council approved it.
If the council approved 75,000?
Okay,
we have a
thank you.
motion on the table.
Right, and we're discussing the motion and potential options. I'm through you to Paparella. Was that an inappropriate question?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, actually, no.
Oh,
Thanks.
I apologize.
No problem. No problem. Because there's the debates everywhere, and I'm just actually only have one other question, Madam Chair, to try to bring some clarity. I've read every attachment, and you've got the mayor saying that this is an institution, and we all agree it's wonderful for the whole city. And then you've got another councillor who mentioned shortly thereafter that it's specific to serving the mountain. So I don't see that emphasized in any of the attachments from our friends. So can the mover or someone please point me to where those statistics are offered on who is served? I see numbers, and that's great, and it's growing in terms of the community. It talks about the community a lot, but I just wanted to know for my own clarity, where do I find the statistical information that offers that this is a facility for that community for the most part? Can someone help me with that?
So your question is with respect to who the facility serves, who the service serves, and is it geographic specific?
Yeah, a previous speaker said it was the facilities for the whole city. Another speaker said their mandate appears to be for their mountain community. So who can point me in the direction where this is verified? It was discussed last time we talked about this too, so I'm sure somebody knows. Just can't find it.
Yeah, sorry. Is Mr. Johnson able to speak to that in terms of its catchment?
So again, occasionally we're not talking about the food bank, and so I don't know about their food bank. My understanding from their community food center is that it was citywide, and so I'm not sure sometimes whether it's the food bank piece, to which I didn't research for today, but the community food center was more of a community-wide initiative that was happening. So I'm afraid I can't give you a definitive on the food bank side.
Madam Chair, can the mover help me out here? I think he may have mentioned it before, and John Paul, I'm sorry if I missed it in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And just to confirm, because this is an important point, the food bank at 28 Athens does require a mountain address. The Community Food Center on Lime Ridge is citywide programming. And it is not just a food bank. It is all of the programming, learn to cook, healthy food, the gardens, the market, everything that goes along with that is available to residents citywide. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, through you, Chair, just to the mover, you've just we've found through this good debate, supportive debate, 75K. Would you be willing to further amend the funding source to include, to offset the 200K by 75 by utilizing the gracious offer for a one-time 75K funding by Councillor Falls?
It's not the motion that's on the table, but I will address that. Again, area rating funding is for capital, and it is only available because that is money that Ward 8 residents pay into that fund through their taxes. The Neighborhood Community Center is a citywide program, and regardless if it's operating or capital, citywide programming should not be funded through area rating. Thank you.
Councillor
Sounds like a no, but I did in my questions earlier on the report we just received unanimously, did confirm that we were able to do that as a council, and the councillors actually offered it up. So thank you for the response, and I'll listen to others. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further first-time speakers. Oh, I do have I have Councillor Danko as a second-time speaker, I believe. Then Mayor Eisenberger, then Councillor Ferguson, then Councillor Partridge into the second time realm.
Thank you. Am I on at this point?
I'm going to look to Clerk Paparella. I thought Councillor Danko was on before your mayor, but I just wanted to check. Okay. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And just, I guess, the last word on this, and I do appreciate the conversation because it is very important that all members of our city, no matter where they live, have adequate access to food and those social service agencies that help provide that. Just the last thing I guess I want to say on this is, we shouldn't be turning community food services into a crab bucket. We need to lift each other up instead of pulling each other down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger, it is your turn now.
Thank you. And I'm just going to reiterate the point that we are confusing bank with this food center. I think that's the unfortunate part of this. This is a food center where they teach the people to cook. They teach people how to create their produce. They teach them how to put the meals together. There are resources there. They're not a food bank. That food bank is on Athens. That's a different location, and understanding that because of geographic locations and demand for food services, they set some boundaries. I think that's understandable. But for this kind of effort, and I know it's citywide because I've been up there, and people have come from the entire city of Hamilton. So to label them as a mountain-only facility just isn't accurate. So let's not go down that road, and let's not horse trade on the council floor. That is beyond awkward, quite frankly. And now you put individual councilors in a very untenable position to have to answer whether or not you're going to support a food bank with money. You know what? We're talking about supporting a food bank. Area rating funds, I don't want to go there. I'm not going to go there. I won't support it. I think it's exactly the wrong thing to do, especially in light of this particular scenario. If Councillor Farr and others that want to use their area rating funds to support food share, Councillor Farr, are you prepared to kick in $50,000 or $100,000 with all the other areas to send off to food share so they can turn that into $5 or $6 or $7 million worth of food?
Is that a question to Councillor Farr?
Yeah, it is.
Eisenberger?
So thank you for the question. In the past, just to what you're speaking on, actually it was Food for Kids. I forgot earlier when I was talking about it, which is a citywide program. I used Ward 2 area rating to support. Councillor McHattie, I think did as well. And to what I've been speaking about, Mr. Mayor, council was good enough to amend the capital program in that case to put toward a citywide food initiative.
That wasn't the
okay.
So I have done that in the past. So and council, including I think maybe yourself, has supported that.
So Councillor, that wasn't the question. I asked you if you're prepared to put up $100,000 with all the other area rated wards to send off the food share so they can turn that into $5, $6, $7 million worth of food.
And I thought I heard you say earlier it's not prudent to debate this kind of thing on the fly and on the floor.
Exactly.
And also, you've taken 50K and turned it into 100 already. I only responded to a gesture that was already made by Councillor Pauls. Just, the record will show that.
Exactly my point.
And also, Councillor Whitehead also offered up his area rating. So there's more than 75, and he's not here.
And very, very, very awkward to kind of have that conversation, in the heat of the moment and try and kind of pigeonhole people. It's just not fair, not right to do. Let's have that conversation offline, and you can, pigeonhole whoever you want at that point. But I don't think doing it on the council floor is at all a way to kind of negotiate these kinds of issues. Having said that, I support the councillor's motion here that the one-time funding will get us through to a conversation to get on to other negotiations around a longer-term agreement. I think that's the right thing to do. If at that point, councillors come together and say the only way we can do this is through area-rated funds, maybe that's another conversation that we need to have with all the councillors that are here, because it is a citywide resource and issue. So very important issue to continue to work through. And don't forget, it is not a food bank. Food banks are everywhere. That's true. We support many of them. We support food share in a significant way, and we could always do more. This is a food preparation education center, and if you haven't been there, probably worth your while to go up and have a look at what they do, because it's really quite amazing. And the value of that is giving food is one avenue you can go, or you can teach them how to get the best nutrition possible in the best possible way to be able to provide that to their families for those that aren't able to do that. So I think that's a laudable, noble thing for them to do, and certainly worthy of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. Members of council, I have shown great latitude during this discussion. I'm asking you to focus on the motion that is at hand. Be generous of spirit, but focused in mind. Thank you. Up next, we have Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate you reminding everybody with your very, very prudent words. Councillor Whitehead is not here, and he did say at the last time we discussed this very emphatically that he did not want to see this funded through the stabilization, and that he was willing to put some area rating dollars on the table. I would like to defer this back to the Mountain councillors who are interested, that they come together and have some sort of an agreement, and that we look at in the future. And it's my understanding that a deferral motion, if I can get a seconder, takes precedence over the motion, and it's seconded by Councillor Farr and Councillor Johnson and Councillor Vanderbeek. Sorry.
Elsie Paparella, and I haven't spoken to this issue. I would like to speak as a first-time speaker before the deferral, if that's possible, but I will interrupt you.
Certainly, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just need clarification. So are you asking to table this motion at a future GIC, refer it to the Emergency and Community Services Committee for further discussion? Whatever is appropriate. My intent here is to get this off our table, because we are now starting to go down some roads that we really shouldn't be going down. Personally, I want to get it back to the Mountain councillors. I have already heard from Councillor Pauls that she is willing to step forward. We have heard from Councillor Whitehead that he is willing to step forward. I do not think any Mountain councillor that does not want to come forward should be penalized or even pushed into this scenario. But clearly this is not working. We are now starting to spin in inertia and regurgitate a lot of the same information. So Elsie Paparella, whatever is appropriate, I want it to go back to the councillors who are willing to negotiate and come forward with the $200,000 to fund this. And that's seconded by Councillor Farr. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we still need to let the first-time speakers listen, which is Councillor Wilson. I'm just.
I have no problem with that, none whatsoever. She deserves to have her chance to speak.
Let me just give some thought to this because normally we wouldn't refer it to members of council, but let me give some thought while the councillor speaks.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you very much. A few words from me. I have been listening to this debate. Some of it has been painful. Hunger knows no boundaries. Food security knows no boundaries. I don't deny anybody the opportunity or the will in which they wish to direct, but this bartering on the floor of council, I was told it was an order, but it may be an order, but it's certainly unpalatable. We're deliberating, we were at least a motion, trying not to pit one against the other. This is a citywide function, it's a citywide service. And in response to what am I going to tell those who come forward next, tell them the truth. We have an emergency situation going on across this entire city that we require all hands on deck and a good discussion about it. It's hard to concentrate at school when your child is hungry. It's hard to maintain your focus at work if you're hungry. This is, I regret the way in which this debate has gone. I would be speaking in support of the motion and certainly speaking in support of the comments made by Mayor Eisenberger. Thank you. Elsie Paparella.
Okay, through Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to take a good shot at this. So there is a referral motion that is now on the floor. We don't typically refer to members of council, but what we could do is refer it to the Emergency and Community Services Committee to be tabled, pending further discussion between the Mountain councillors. And I see the mayor also wants to speak.
Yeah, Mayor Eisenberger.
I'm seeing a deferral to committee when this is clearly a budgetary item. So the next budget meeting, whenever that is, or the next nearest one, given a reasonable amount of time, I think would be more appropriate in my view. If that's where you want to go, I won't support it, but if it's going to be deferred, that's in my view where it should go, because we need to be able to deal with this year and not punt it to beyond the budget process. Next budget meeting would make sense to me.
Thank you, Mayor. Elsie Paparella, as the chair, I would agree with that direction, but what's your comment?
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, it's up to committee. That would be a deferral to the February 25th. Councillor Partridge had originally mentioned a referral, which is going to a different body, but I'm at committee's hands whether they want it to be deferred to the budget meeting on the 25th, or I might. Whatever committee chooses to do.
Yeah, if I can, because I have been named,
I'm going to recognize you.
Fine with me. Perfectly fine with me. It should be part of the budget process. And I understood deferrals and referrals were now one and the same. So whatever works out, Elsie Paparella, I am perfectly fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'd like to recognize Councillor Clark, please.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, can I ask a question? When did Neighbor to Neighbor bring to our attention that the grant has expired, they got the extension from the other organization, and now they need us to come back in with another 5-year grant? When did we receive those communications? Because I only learned about it through Councillor Danko's motions.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask if he's still with us, Mr. Paul Johnson, if we have, as an organization, received any communication from them formally, at least from the public service point of view. And I know Mayor Eisenberger spoke to a weakness in his eyes of this process, but Mr. Johnson.
So through the Deputy Mayor, there were lots of conversations because we received regular reports from them. I'm fully aware that this was coming to an end. Staff did talk a little bit about what those next steps would look like. There was no formal piece that came to staff. That would have come directly either to the Board of Health because public health had this referred to them and their budget along the way, or would have come to emergency and community services. So staff to neighbor conversations did happen a bit. We received no formal request to extend it, but made them aware, obviously, and they were aware that this was the final report that they were due to submit to us because the grant was ending.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Okay, that just surprises me that it's such a big ask that we wouldn't have been told about it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers? We have a referral motion to the next budget meeting on the table. Okay. Elsie Paparella, do you have any comment or direction?
Sorry, no, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. If the deferral motion is to the February 25th budget meeting, I can certainly do that. I'm just going to amend the vote.
Thank you.
As soon as I get my mouse back. And I'll, Councillor Partridge is wanting to speak, and I'll defer it with the amendment currently there, or do you want the original one to go? Because Councillor Danko, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I mean, my intent is for it to be tabled for the next budget meeting, allowing the mountain councillors to have the discussion. I mean, that is it right there. So whatever we can do to achieve that, I think would help move this meeting along. And I think come back with a good solid plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you. So that motion is on the table and it would be going with the deferral. Councillor Danko.
So just on the action of the referral of asking the mountain councillors to put up their area rating, I just want to say on the record that I find that highly inappropriate, borderline offensive to ask mountain councillors to assign area rating that we have careful plans set out for our area rating funds that are, you know, it's one of the first things I started with on day one when I was elected is allocating my area rating funding. And again, this is not something that should be area rated funded. And it's highly, highly inappropriate because this happens to be in Ward 8, because it happens.
Point of order. This is not speaking to the deferral, or I could go on to defend the thinking on my part. Stephanie Paparella, is this not a point of order? Is he speaking to this deferral right now, or is he elaborating?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we should focus, or Madam Deputy Mayor, we should focus on the deferral motion with the direction.
Let's call the question.
I'm going to put it on the floor, moved by Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Ferguson, and it is up to members of committee to vote how they so choose.
Madam Clerk, my screen just went out so I'm going to give you a thumbs up.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
So you're voting for the referral. Okay. Councillor Pauls. Oops.
Before I vote, I just wanted to make it clear that I'm offering my area rating because.
Councillor Pauls, we're not voting on that, please.
Councillor Pauls, you need to put your vote forward, please. The discussion has the votes now on the floor.
Am I voting on Councillors Partridge?
You're voting on the deferral motion. Okay. We're deferring this motion to February 25th budget meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Take my glasses off so I can see. It carries 10-4. Okay, members. Thank you very much. That was item 8.1. And we're going back, I believe. If you could just give me a second on my roadmap. Yes, thank you. We're on item 7.13, increased municipal law and parking enforcement in waterfall areas across the city, a pilot program. Any discussion with respect to this item? Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I'd just like to say that the report as it comes forward has 3 options, and I think if Marty Hazel is on the meeting, I think that perhaps he should talk to it, or someone else who's here who can speak to it. But I just want to reiterate how important it is that because this problem has moved beyond just a couple of waterfalls, for instance, the ones in my Greensville area, the bylaw resources are very stretched. And although the areas that initially or immediately I'm thinking of that have this problem are now in special enforcement areas where the tickets are 10 times higher than they are across the city. And so the revenue is 10 times higher than it would be if we had bylaw enforcement focused on these areas without the special enforcement area. It remains to be seen that, and in my experience, I've seen that when there's a presence, it deters people from parking anyway, taking a chance, and then getting a $250 ticket. And so we're not out for a money grab, but we have a significant impact, negative impact, on the communities that are around these waterfalls that have become such a tourist attraction. And we have people visiting who are parking in places where it is not safe to park. And so it impacts on people who are otherwise driving through the area. And so what this will do is it will allow us to have a pilot project so that not only is there consistent bylaw enforcement, but there's a higher presence of bylaw enforcement. And so so I'm hoping that maybe Marty can address the recommendations in the report and give us just a short overview if he happens to be online. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I see Mr. Hollingsworth online. I don't see Mr. Hazel, so I'll look to staff.
To Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Marty Hazel here.
Oh,
can't get my video going, but.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can. You have been asked to give an overview of the report, please.
So as you know, in recent years, we've had significant enforcement staff resources assigned to address the problems around waterfalls across the city. And at the direction of council, we have a multidisciplinary working group who have been working to address the problems specifically in the Greensville and Dundas neighborhoods. And independent of this working group, we've been working on the other problems at waterfalls across the city on an ad hoc basis. We've done many remedial actions tested, including, as Councillor Vanderbeek mentioned, the special enforcement areas with $250 fines, as well as additional enforcement and different enforcement tactics. And the city continues to invest in access and viewing enhancements to improve the visitor experience. However, problems continue to exist due to the popularity of the waterfalls and the reluctance of some visitors to abide by our clear regulations. We were asked at your January 28th General Issues Committee to report back with an overview of the financials, as well as some options to conduct a pilot from March until November on weekends. This report responds to that direction by providing three-year historical summary of the revenues, as well as 2 options for increased municipal law enforcement and parking enforcement above the status quo enforcement efforts. So these are clearly above what we're doing now to date. And staff are recommending the lower cost option of adding 2 temporary full-time MLE officers and 5 part-time parking enforcement officers with an estimated net cost of $354,000 to be funded from the Tax Stabilization Reserve. And Madam Deputy Mayor, we have Ken Leanhurst and Brian Hollingsworth here who can answer questions about their operations.
If those two, thank you, Mr. Hazel. If those two gentlemen have anything they'd like to add in terms of an overview, otherwise they'll just be on hand for specific questions. Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, anything further to add?
No, not at this time. If I need to say something else, I'll come back on another time. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be very brief. I fully support this. I understood the challenges that Councillor Vanderbeek and others were experiencing with the pressures on the conservation areas and the waterfalls and all the parking in the broader communities. When Devil's Punch Bowl exploded in popularity, I was blown away by the number of people who were parking on the shoulders of the road on both sides of the road, narrowing the road down and creating real safety issues for us in terms of pedestrians getting to the falls. So the group worked together to come up with a similar program that they had with the folks in the West End, and we had the warning signs put up and the $250 fines, et cetera, and the council supported all of that. It has made a difference. I'd like to see it continue as a program, and I would only suggest that we also include warning signs along the route, not just at the entrance and exit of the areas, just to make sure that people are aware that they could be hit with a big fine if they park there. But I think the program is worth the merit of the program. It's actually making a difference, and we just have to see it through. So I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to be a little cheeky here, but I support this, obviously. But you know, given our previous discussion, I don't think there was any waterfalls in wards 2, 3, 4, and 5, as I recall it. So should we be area rating this for those wards only that have waterfalls? I'm just saying. Thank you. I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. First time speakers, I have Councillor Danko.
We don't have area rating funds, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. You're out of order. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Just to pick up on the mayor's comment, it's exactly what I was going to point out, the stark hypocrisy here that $200,000 from the tax stabilization reserve to fund food programming for residents should be area rated, but $354,000 from the tax stabilization reserve to enforce parking, which has zero impact on any residents on the mountain, should be shared by all city taxpayers. So through Madam Deputy Mayor to either Mr. Zegeric, would it be possible to put in a special area rating levy to fund this parking enforcement specific to areas where it would be actually enforced?
Mr. Zegeric, are you with us? Or Mr. McMullen?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, area rating is an appropriate tool where there is a higher level of service and or a higher level of cost of delivery of that service. As it relates to this initiative or similar initiatives as it relates to certain geographic parts of the city, it would be applied by former municipalities. So again, there would have to be proof that it's a higher level of service with a higher cost relative to delivering similar services in other parts of the city. And finally, as I mentioned, it would be area rated by former municipality.
So what I'm hearing is that this would certainly be a higher level of service to those areas that have waterfalls. And it would certainly have a higher cost relative to delivery in other areas of the city because it has a cost of $354,000. So it could certainly be area rated to the former municipalities that predominantly have waterfalls. So Waterdown, Ancaster, Stony Creek. Can I just get confirmation of that?
Mr. Zegeric.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it on the surface, it looks like it meets those two requirements. The only, I would want to go back and just review the municipal act just to make certain that parking enforcement or bylaw enforcement is a service that can be area rated. So that would be my only caveat.
Thank you. And I do apologize to Councillor Vanderbeek for getting caught up in a continuation of the previous discussion. But if we're going to be consistent across our municipality, let's be consistent across our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. First time speaker, I have Councillor Farr.
Yes, we're still, according to my agenda, in a budget meeting talking about money, just like every item today. This one is $354K funded by the city's tax stabilization reserve, just like that last item. It was right there in the motion. It was a budget item. And so like we do in budget meetings, we debate things like funding sources, crazy stuff, I know. It seems like it was a first time for a lot of folks. I just want to thank Councillor Vanderbeek for coming into this item extremely well prepared. We had a discussion over the phone. I imagine she talked to many of you. I learned quite a bit more with respect to this issue, as it doesn't affect my ward, although there are a few falls. Maybe not exactly touristy attractions, but there's some trickling going on, as we know. And she really did her homework. She came in, she worked with her colleagues, she made certain that we understood the issue. And I can tell you, we're just about done here. This isn't an hour-long debate because she prepped and she did her homework, and she made people like me more aware on what I'm supporting here. So good work, Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm very supportive of Councillor Vanderbeek's initiative. Thank Strategic Services Director Hazel for bringing this forward. I want to add a positive spin on a positive experience to why I'm supporting this. About 5 years ago, very quickly, Madam Deputy Mayor, I set up a task force of a multi-departmental group. We met up at the multi-use training center up on Stone Church Road. I remember there was about 20 of us around the table. Long story short, all the departments, bylaw, fire, paramedics, HCA, parks, bylaw, myself, were all there because of the growing number of rope rescues required at Albion Falls, the prestigious, beautiful, panoramic Albion Falls in my area. And we were reaching a point of several unfortunate tragedies and fatalities. And so through greater bylaw enforcement the last 3 years, through Councillor Jackson's area rated funds to help purchase additional fencing, hard infrastructure, fencing with council support to put around the perimeter of Albion Falls, both expanding upon what was there and adding additionally to the fencing that was there, and with regular bylaw enforcement through the great work of MLE and Senior Director Leenders's crews. The last three, finishing 4 summers last year, we've had, to my knowledge, only one rope rescue. And you recall that was the firefighter who was seriously injured. Thank God, survived. I believe is back to work, but only one in the last 4 years after 25 to 30 on a regular basis prior to that. My point, Deputy Mayor Wilson, it can be effective, and that's why I'm fully supportive of what's here before us, primarily for the other areas of the city. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. I see no further first-time speakers. So I have Councillor Clark, and followed by, I think I just saw Councillor Vanderbeek's hand. So Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. And I know most of the comments that were provided earlier were tongue-in-cheek and meant to be humorous. Hypocrisy was a bit of a crossing of the line. I understand it. Just remind folks that in my ward, we don't have area rating. We do have levies from the landfill, which are basically royalties that are a tipping fee. And those tipping fees are no longer reserved just in Upper Stony Creek. They're now shared amongst all of the Stony Creek councillors across. That's the end of any funds that I have. And we have contributed $4 million from that fund to build a wetland with the Conservation Authority in Upper Stony Creek that would preserve and prevent flooding in Lower Stony Creek. No benefit, zero benefit to the residents in Upper Stony Creek because we don't have that flooding. It goes over the escarpment through the waterfalls. So we want to start parsing where money is spent. I'm okay with that if we want to allocate it and reallocate funds back to those funds, and I can use those funds for something else. I think what Councillor Vanderbeek offered here, with an awful lot of work and complete preparation to answer all of the questions today, is valid and has merit, and that's why I support it.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So one thing that has not been brought forward here today is the amount of money that was collected from the $250 tickets over the time that the special enforcement area has been in the Greensville area. And so I'm going to ask Marty or Brian to tell me what happened to all of that money. What happened to that money, that extra money?
Mr. Hazel, or you can tell me perhaps to Mr. Hollingsworth, but I'll look to you for some insight. Thank you.
I can answer it unless Brian's there, which is speak to his operations. But basically, Madam Deputy Mayor, is that the surplus funds were used to offset some deficits in parking enforcement. So the extra revenue did not translate into a surplus in Brian's area. It was used to offset some lower revenues incurred across the city, especially during the COVID when park enforcement was relaxed. I don't know if you want to add anything, Brian.
Yes, through the chair, just to elaborate a little bit, it was used in part to pay overtime, as is outlined in Exhibit 1 of the report, and it did, as in all enforcement, whether it's elevated in one area or the other, goes into a general line item budget and supplements our operations. We're a self-sustaining operation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. All I can say is that we don't have any control over where our significantly attractive tourist areas are. And no, they're not in every ward. But I can tell you that the Greensville area has been suffering for more than 10 years while this built and built and built. And the parking enforcement, among other things, but the parking enforcement with the special enforcement area has been successful. The way to keep it successful in Greensville is to make sure that we retain enough enforcement and a high enough level of presence within that area that we can give these people back their life. What's happened now is it's moved. It's expanded. It's expanded to Ancaster. It's expanded to Chinook Falls. It's expanded to Albion Falls. It's expanded to Grindstone. It's expanding to Boers. It's expanding. People are looking everywhere for places to be able to walk and enjoy nature. And so I am asking not just for support for Greensville and Dundas, but for all of the other identified waterfalls where there is currently a problem. And perhaps if it continues to grow, we'll have to expand that. But if we don't increase our resources somewhat, the very nature of what's happening in all of those places is going to take the resources out of every other ward. Because for safety, we have to be able to enforce it. And I can tell you that in Greensville and at Tews Falls and Webster's Falls, while the parks were closed and completely covered in no trespassing signs, there were at least 4 rescues that I know of because people climbed fences and parked in the neighborhood. We're just trying to manage the tourist attractions that this city has in an appropriate way so that people can visit them and visit them comfortably and have a high quality visit to those areas and do it safely. So I'll stop talking now, and I hope that you will see your way through to support this. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. We have first-time speaker, Councillor Collins, followed by second-time speaker, Mayor Eisenberger.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to support Councillor Vanderbeek's motion, and I, as a long-time member of the Conservation Authority, I know full well the challenges that she's referenced here today. And both Councillor Clark and Councillor Vanderbeek and others around our waterfalls, including Councillor Jackson, have clearly enunciated some of the safety issues that come about as a result of the parking challenges and just the sheer number of visitors who are traveling to all parts of our natural areas in the city. And so I'm supportive of this. I'm anxious to see what the pilot project yields in terms of results as it relates to numbers. And I would happily support the motion when it's put in front of us later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you, and I'm not going to belabor it. As I said at the outset, I support this as well. This is a citywide benefit. No question about it. I don't even think it's debatable, but surely you appreciate the irony of the previous conversation we had. So hopefully that will resonate when this issue comes back and we start looking at citywide benefits. By the way, area rating exists. It's not just area rating lower city, old city of Hamilton. Area rating as a principle exists in the city of Hamilton. I wish it were gone. I wish they had never, ever gotten into area rating. They should have eliminated it off of the get-go. It has caused nothing but headaches and problems and challenges that are still with us today, and evidenced by the conversations we're having right now. But having said that, it exists, and it cuts both ways. So, as Michael pointed out, it fits the scenario of area rating. I don't want to go there. I think it's absolutely foolish if we do that, but it does exist, and it does cut both ways. So I fully support it, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the motion coming forward. It is of citywide benefit that we do this.
Thank you. There are no further speakers on the list. We're going to call the question on 7.13, please. It is moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Clark. The vote is up. Vote is closed, and that carries 14-0. Thank you. Okay. Members of council, members of the public, we have already dealt with 8.1, so we're moving ahead to 8.2, which is the reallocation of the Hamilton Police Services surpluses and investing in community resilience. Councillor Nan, would you like to introduce your motion, please?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, you just cut out there.
Excellent. Thank you. Through you, moved by myself and I believe seconded by you. And the motion is before colleagues and also before public as it was tabled. I'll take the moment to use the rest of my time for my speaking notes on the matter.
Thank you.
As soon as they pop up. Foiled again. Colleagues and residents of Hamilton. I'm inspired. I'm inspired by my neighbors. I'm inspired by the people in the city that I had the honor to serve and represent here in Ward 3 and across the city, citywide. We're in the midst of a mental health, toxic drug, and housing crisis on a scale that we've never seen before. It's been building for decades, and now the pandemic has made matters worse. Lockdowns, loss of employment, limited social engagement, increased rates of abuse, and other forms of domestic violence, all of these have taken a huge toll on Hamiltonians' personal sense of security, belonging, health, and well-being. Where I walk, people are visibly distressed and struggling. And at the same time that so many have lost their livelihoods, the real estate market is booming. Rent evictions are followed by massive rent increases, and that's become the norm. Yet wages for those who work aren't rising. Taken together, we have the perfect storm of underemployment, unaffordability, and a critical lack of sustainable social supports. Things are a mess. People are in crisis, and it's impacting some of us more than others. And yet here I am, truly inspired because of the ways our neighbors have shown up for each other. In crisis, I can't imagine having to walk through, being in my position of privilege. Residents have banded together to help patch wounds that fester from living on the streets, administer naloxone, bandage self-harm, monitor blood sugar levels, provide water, food, clothes, blankets, gloves, toques. They offer friendship and help people reunite with trusted people and get out of the cold. They also help people get to the hospital when that's what's needed most. They treat people and see people as individuals with lives and stories. They listen to understand who a person is and what they need to feel safe and well again. They de-escalate without causing further harm. They navigate crisis by putting empathy in action. This is what communities have done to take care of each other in times of crisis for nearly a year in our city. Now imagine what we could do if we invested in it. Right now, we know there's not enough people or resources to make these existing efforts sustainable. Frontline supporters are burning out. Resident volunteers are burnt out. And we keep turning to a charity model to do more. But the truth remains, not everyone is equipped with the skill set or awareness of what to do when somebody is in crisis. So residents end up calling the police. We send police officers, some of our most highest paid public servants, to deal with residents facing mental health and other crises that they're neither best equipped to do and actually have other pressing core policing business that they should be attending to. It's not their job, but because it has become their job, it's an incredibly expensive, inefficient, and even dangerous model. And often, not always, but often, residents in crisis end up in the criminal system when what they really need is help. This is a betrayal that points directly to the broken structures around those in crisis and those who support them day in and day out. And as a city, we've let this model continue, even though we know that investments in upstream interventions and supports end up costing us less. There's a better way, and that's where the Community Resilience Reserve comes in. It's an important first step to correct what's been underfunded for too long. These are important first steps to enable the city to invest in intervention, in supports, and in services led and sought after by those who are most impacted. Right now, we have an opportunity to respond, to act with fiscal responsibility, to look at what we are funding and why. And when we look at the Hamilton Police Services budget, Council has approved overfunding year after year. In fact, it has resulted in an average annual surplus of over $650,000 a year over the last 6 years. This is money that HPS is not using every year. And it's time to put those funds towards what has been underfunded, to invest in community-based crisis response supports and services. It's time to agree that we will not ignore the anguish in our neighborhoods. It's time to agree that we will not vilify those who've been made most marginalized and vulnerable in our city, but instead to put our political courage on the table and roll up our sleeves and invest in efforts proven to transform population outcomes, to show to the world that in times of crisis, we won't lead by doing more of the same. Instead, we're prepared to lift up how much Hamiltonians care for each other and take it to the next level. Deputy Mayor, through you, the motion that I have is before you. It is 3 parts. It calls for a policy to establish dealing with surpluses at the Hamilton Police Services Board and having those funds returned to the city. It calls on the municipality to create a new community resiliency reserve account to set aside the funds to invest in the types of models that our community sector is in the process of designing right now in our community well-being and safety plan. And it's about ensuring that we are investing leftover dollars back into our communities. I thank you for the time.
Thank you. On the speakers list thus far, I have Councillor Collins and Mayor Eisenberger. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And transparency disclosure, my sister works for HPS, and I have cleared it with the Integrity Commissioner. I am permitted to speak to this issue. And to start, just to be clear, as everyone I think knows and has been communicated, we have a variance policy that was created in 2014 and then passed along to the city for their review in 2015. And as someone who was on the board during that 2014 term, I had taken the place of the late Councillor Bernie Morelli. And one of the first things I raised at the board was a variance policy. And so that report, I think, has been distributed to everyone. And then it was also, of course, at the same time, concurrent with my membership on the Police Services Board. I was a member of AFNA, and that report made its way to committee. And I had some informal inquiries from my council colleagues, but if memory serves me correct, it passed through the committee with no discussion and eventually through to council as well. And so the policy that we have, as has been written, is one that is very similar to the library and to other external boards and agencies, including the farmers market. And that is that those organizations keep their year-end variance if they have one, and it's reinvested back into reserves. And in the case of the police, those reserves are used for capital items. And so I know that those reserves are fairly small right now. If you were to call over to police services staff and ask them for the balances of the 2 discretionary capital reserves, I think we have, and the mayor or Councillor Jackson can correct me, but I think we have 800,000 in one reserve and just over $1 million in the other. And the police services utilizes those reserves for capital. So it purchases its vehicles, it purchases its computers, it purchases all things related to the capital budget. And then, of course, what they can't accommodate in their reserves, they submit through the city's budget process. And so if I'm to follow the logic here, we're suggesting that the city keep the capital resources that the police use. And essentially what that does, if you follow the dominoes as they fall, the Police Services Board then would be back to the city's budget process asking to make up for the shortfall in that funding. So this really, what's in front of us makes no financial sense. Procedurally, I'm not certain why it's here because we don't close our year-end books until later in the spring. I've never seen anything come this soon. I get the politics of it on the same day that the police services budget was dealt with. This is here in front of us. I get the politics of trying to, pit one organization against the other, or even continue to go after the police. There's certainly no unanimity on council as it relates to the support of the police. And so I understand the political motivation that's here today. I don't think in practice or in policy what we have in front of us works. And I think I just clearly enunciated why that's the case. could I ask through you, Madam Chairman, if in fact the resources are not invested back into the police? And of course, council has the discretion every single year to say this is the year that we're not going to pass it along. So we always have that as an asterisk on the policy. Same holds true for the library, and same holds true for farmers market. But can I ask through you to staff in terms of what the financial implications would be to create a new reserve in the years that the police have a positive variance, and those have ranged from a high of 3.6 million in 2015 to a deficit of 300,000 in 2012. Can I ask through you, what are the implications of creating a new reserve and not passing along variances to the police or the library or the farmers market?
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Is Mr. Zagarek available with respect to
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I am. If I can just ask Councillor Collins if he could just provide a little clarity to the reference with the financial implications. Apologize, I didn't completely understand the question.
If the year-end variances that the police may generate, if they have a positive one, are not invested into their capital reserves, what are the implications for the city's budget process as a result?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if the Hamilton Police Services reserves form a part of their budget strategy in future years. So for instance, if a surplus were to be transferred over to a capital reserve and that capital reserve forms part of their financing strategy for a facility, the obligation of the city under Police Services Act is to provide adequate funding, appropriate funding for operations as well as equipment, including facilities. So if the city were to appropriate that funding and that funding wasn't available for transfer to a Hamilton Police Service capital reserve, it would then that portion of the financing strategy would have to then be borne by the city through the tax-supported capital budget process. So short answer is the city has an obligation as it relates to funding Hamilton Police Services operations as well as their equipment requirements, including capital. And if the surplus were to go towards future capital programs or operation programs, if that was the financing strategy and that was no longer available as part of the services financing strategy, it would have to be borne off of the levy, the operating levy or the capital levy.
Thanks, Mr. Zagarek. Yeah, I don't have any further comments to make. This is fairly straightforward. This is certainly not fiscally responsible, as was referenced. This is fiscally irresponsible. But as mentioned earlier, I get the politics associated with the same. Thank you.
Mayor Eisenberger.
Yeah, thank you very much. And, you know, I'm of the same mind as Councillor Collins. You know, there is a policy in place each and any given year. If council so decided to do, they could withhold any surplus if there is a surplus and use it for other purposes if they decided to do that. The reality is that, you know, not unlike the forensic building where significant reserves were built up to be able to contribute to the forensic building, if that wasn't, you know, if we weren't able to do that, then the entire cost of that would have landed on the taxpayers, which it lands on the taxpayers one way or the other in any event. And so, you know, to characterize this as the first step in not ignoring services in our community, I think is a little rich. You all know how much time, effort, and resources we put into all of the challenged areas in our community. We could all agree that it isn't enough, that more resources could be found, potentially from federal and provincial governments. This is really an attempt to realign someone's belief that the police services are funded inappropriately. And so I would say to the mover, you know, and the mover of this motion was one of two individuals that came forward rather quickly to say that we ought to defund the police. Now, some have suggested a 20% defunding, others suggested a 50% defunding. I think in fairness, if that's what your mindset is, then I think it's reasonable for you to come forward with a motion, bring that to the table, and let's have that conversation so that not only you, in a very open and transparent way, will let all of your ratepayers know what you believe policing needs to do and what kind of funding scenario should apply, but that we can have that debate and put that issue to bed. From where I sit, there is a great exercise going on right now in terms of community safety and wellness. I suspect some of the councillors might have missed a meeting or two for police services where they outlined the very important work they do in collaboration with social services and paramedics. So when there is a person in crisis, it's not a police officer that goes, it's a team of people that goes to ensure that that crisis is averted and that person, whoever it is, gets into treatment. Actually, a very leading edge program that has been adopted by others. A number of successive meetings have been provided information to members of council on exactly the great programs that actually exist, not led by police, but certainly involving police in terms of how we use our resources to help people in our community. Is there a conversation to be had around, should there be a realignment or could there be a realignment in how those services are provided? There surely is, and that conversation is happening right now. The Community Wellness and Safety Plan is ongoing. It's supposed to be delivered by the end of July. There may very well be another extension, but it includes all community stakeholders, school boards, Hamilton Health Sciences, all the major institutions in our community, talking about how do we improve outcomes for individuals in our community. And the police is one player in that whole exercise. They're a participant. They're not the leader. The city of Hamilton actually is leading that process through the good work of Paul Johnson and now, transferred over to Grace Mader. And so I have a lot of time for that exercise, and out of that may come some opportunities to look at, different and better ways of providing better outcomes in our community. I think that's an important conversation. What the police are saying, and what I would say, is that we're not going to walk away from our current responsibilities until such time as there are some alternatives in place. So I think the notion that defunding the police is on some out there, and if there are members of council that truly believe that that's what happened, they ought to step forward, bring their motion forward, whether it's 20%, 30%, 40%, whatever your belief is. Let's have that conversation and let's put that issue to bed. And then let's get on with having conversations around how do we as a community collectively deal with the very difficult social ills that are inherent in our community and every other community in the country. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it but it also doesn't make it worse, because we're doing much in all of those areas to try and improve the lives of all of our citizens. So I've heard, the housing and homelessness issue. The city of Hamilton doesn't put any resources into housing and homelessness. Absolute nonsense. As you well know, there's like $128 million this year from federal, provincial, and municipal governments together going into affordable housing and homelessness issues this year, and about 110 million or 100 million or so each and every year in the last 5 or 6 years to the same order on the same issues. We have a drug strategy happening in our community, and naloxone actually being administered by police officers. Why? Because they're often the first persons on the scene and can provide a life-saving treatment that they're carrying with them to individuals that are in crisis on the street. There are many, many things that are being done to try and improve the lives and protect the lives of citizens in Hamilton. So I'm not going to support this motion. I think it's more about optics than about actually effectively making a change. And if the mover and others that believe that we ought to defund the police, then they should forward a motion to that effect and let their constituents know exactly where they stand in terms of what number they're prepared to have our police services reduced by. Because we're clear that you take the money away from the police, then you are going to have less police officers on our streets. You and I, all of us know, and we just went through a recent exercise with 2 town halls at through Hamilton Police with, upwards of 20 or 25,000 people dialing in each night, 2 nights. Some polling questions were asked, and Out of that polling questions, there was some 80% satisfaction with the way services are being delivered in our community. Very consistent, in fact, with the 80% number that was brought to us through our own city survey. That was a statistically accurate poll on thousands of people that indicated that one of the highest rated services that we have in our community is policing.
You're at 7 minutes, sir. I gave you latitude.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll wrap it up. And so given all of that context, is there opportunity for change, and is there a need for dialogue and collaboration with other agencies to see if we can improve the lives of citizens in our community in every aspect? Absolutely, there is. Peeling money away bit by bit from police services isn't the way to do it, and so I won't support this motion. And I encourage those that are actively supporting police to come forward with a direct motion, put it on the table. Let all of your constituents and our constituents know exactly what you stand for, so we can all appreciate where you're coming from, and we can debate that, make a decision around that, and then move forward. I appreciate the effort, and thank you for the time.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. And the last two speakers touched on most of the points I'm going to make. And I was chairman of the board when we put that policy in place, and it was to help with particularly the major capital projects. As the mayor said, it played a significant role, those reserves we had, to allow the investigative services building to go ahead. I could tell you that building was built with no impact on the levy because we had a mortgage coming off Station 3 that we were able to transfer over to that. But there's also the advantage of the surpluses. And for those of you on council at the time, I'm sure most of you took a tour of the old forensic building, and it was quite frankly a disgrace. They had one lab, not three, which is required by law today with the new technologies. And so you need one for the victim, one for the accused, and one for the scene. And so we were able to build that, and it's open now, and it's funded with zero impact on the levy. Increased, nothing had to be taxed for. And we have another big one coming up. If you saw this 10-year capital project from the police, it's called Station 4, which is in Flamborough. And they need to start building up for that because they want to have that built. And I'm probably down to 8 or 9 years now on that chart and how we're going to get that funded. But I just want to briefly just touch on the impacts of putting such a policy in place. History has shown us when you have a use it or lose it policy, it gets used. And if the police know that any surpluses can go towards important capital projects, they're going to be more frugal, which I'm a big fan of. But and they're going to do their best to try to have surpluses so they can build that reserve fund up. But it also can, if you take it away, it takes away that incentive to try to be efficient. And there was one year, I remember when I was chair, and people reference it all the time about the huge surplus police had. And that didn't come about by accident. It was the year of the Pan Am Games. And Hamilton Police were contracted by the province to provide the security to those games. And the chief took a very unpopular position at the time, made him about as popular as a skunk at a garden party. But he put a notice out that all leave is canceled during the games. So we didn't have to hire a bunch of other outside security people to come in and provide that security. We were able to do it primarily with our own resources. And that saved about, if my memory serves me right, about $3 million. But where's the incentive to do unique things like that if we're just going to take it away and use it for something else? That went 100% straight into the investigative services building as part of the capital uptake. So that's why that 1 year during the Pan Am Games, you see a jump in surpluses, is because he canceled leave for all the frontline officers to make sure we could staff the security for the Pan Am Games by himself. So just like the previous two speakers, I too cannot support this motion before us.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, so I think, I do see another speaker, and then after the first time speakers, I will address the motion. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just didn't get a chance to click on my microphone there. Deputy Mayor Wilson, I don't doubt the very strong passion and advocacy that the mover of the motion, Councillor Nan, in her very forceful opinions, brings to the table with this motion. I as well, like the previous speakers, though, cannot support it. I just don't like the concept of taking from one, which potentially could be a downside to that particular department, to give to the other. In her B part of her motion about using and setting up an account to help with housing, community-led supports, mental health, homeless, addiction, substance abuse. I serve on the City Housing Hamilton board with her. I think, darn it all, we're doing our very best to provide housing. I serve with Councillor Nan proudly on Emergency Community Services Committee. I think we're doing our darndest to provide additional support programs for youth, addictions, mental health in our community, preventative programs. I know with Hamilton Police Service, Deputy Mayor Wilson, our service does as much as possible in any given situation to de-escalate. Our executive command team, Chief Gert, the two deputies, Bergen and Diodati, have said at meetings in the past, questions that I've asked them about de-escalation is what they try to do as much as possible, given any particular situation in our community involving individuals, groups, whatever the situation might be. We've got the Community Safety and Wellbeing Program. So many partners in our community, including Hamilton Police, are a part of, led by General Manager Paul Johnson. Many stakeholders in our community. Councillor Clark spoke earlier to the fact that ensuring through every form of communication and outreach, every citizen in our city will participate in that program going forward. And a number of my colleagues last fall, Deputy Mayor Wilson, when Chief Gert presented about COAST programs for mental health, Social Navigator, rapid response teams, a number of my colleagues afterwards told me that that was educational, informative, had no knowledge of the extent of those programs. And in many cases like COAST, 20 plus years that they've been established in our community, and other municipalities and other police services have modeled similar programs after. So I guess my point, Deputy Mayor Wilson, is I don't believe in taking from the Hamilton Police Service. However, similar to Mayor Eisenberger, under the B part of Councillor Nan's motion, I'm there to help in whatever further way we can together, cooperatively, collaboratively, to get additional resources, funding, human resources, and otherwise to help in the areas of all community support programs where those in our community need additional support and help, so they'll be equal participants. But in terms of taking from, giving to, there's got to be a better way of doing it, because I will never apologize, Madam Deputy Mayor Wilson, for being a strong supporter of continued proactive community-based policing. I strongly support it in my East Mountain community. I'd like to think the East Mountain community, along with our city overall, is a darn good, safe community and city to live in overall. And we've got to have the appropriate resources for our police services, both from a capital standpoint for facilities, as well as from an operational standpoint for the approximate 1,100 uniformed and civilian members that serve us and put their lives at risk on behalf of our families. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor, I just had to unmute myself. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, if you could take the chair for me, please. Councillor Clark had to leave for an appointment, and you were the deputy mayor prior to his stint.
Certainly, madam. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy to support this motion and seconding it. Just a few comments from me. The concentration of urban poverty in Canada is among the highest in Canada. In Hamilton, it's among the highest in Canada. 81,000 Hamiltonians live in low-income households. Marginalized Hamiltonians are 3 times more likely to die from an avoidable cause. And the declared Indigenous people living in Hamilton, 78% of them live in poverty. Hamilton's opioid-related death rate is more than double the provincial rate. Suicide and substance overdoses are among the leading causes of death among Hamiltonians under the age of 45. Self-harm among female youth in Hamilton has tripled over the last decade. The impact of trauma and deprivation on one's mental and physical well-being cannot be understated. Trauma-informed services within a community-led approach is key to resiliency. It ensures that community health investments are appropriately matched with the lived experiences of those in our community. Community-led processes build community development capacity. They are effective, they are impactful, and they are agile. They are based on local knowledge, local relationships, and local assets. And as part of this city's own mental health and addictions action plan, we have already formally recognized the need to deal with community violence and to identify strategies to reduce violence and that trauma associated with it. A dedicated resiliency fund with surplus monies from the Hamilton Police Service would lend much needed support to this preventative approach to care, and it's key to such an action plan. Prevention always trumps enforcement. Over time, and communities in need other options when it comes to emergency response. There is too much evidence showing us that investing in socioeconomic development and addressing risk factors early can help reduce crime and violence. To the previous speakers, this is not a flavor of the month for me. I have been a strong supporter of public health and prevention since I was a student. And respectfully, I have clearly communicated to the residents of Ward 1 my position on the necessity of a realignment of community resources. We do not have a policing crisis in Hamilton. We have a mental health crisis, we have a hunger crisis, we have an opioid crisis. And I regret very much being categorized or characterized rather as being political. It just so happens I actually believe in this and have always believed in this. And I take great exception to the suggestion that was made that this is a display or this is a woke moment. This is fundamentally at my core, has always been fundamentally at my core. Preventative city building saves money. It's the same reason I believe in providing multimodal options for our community members. Obesity costs money. We have built inactivity into our urban form. I also take exception to the fact that if someone wishes to put forward a philosophy of prevention and community realignment and community-led resiliency initiatives at the local level, that they are anti-police. I've never been anti-police. And I think you cheapen the debate when you characterize it like that. For the record, I am not anti-police. I do believe strongly that we should support our police service in doing their core job. Go to their annual report, they tell you what their core duties are. Let's give them the money to do that. That's what Ward 1 residents want. Greater response times, but they can't get to those response times because they're dealing with social development issues, health issues on the front line. I prefer to have an adult discussion about that rather than someone trying to characterize me as being anti-police. For the records, not true, and I will always come back and tell you it's not true. Very proud to support this motion, very proud with the thoughtfulness that went in it. It's worthy of a debate. It's not worthy of someone trying to characterize it as being a woke moment and a political moment. Thank you very much. I'll take back the chair.
Thank you. I'll pass it back to you.
Are there any speakers? Seeing none, we'll call the question on the motion. Councillor Nan, beg your pardon.
Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Councillor Murillo here. Sorry, I can't. I'm in transit. I'm just going to be voting opposed at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan, did you have a comment or additional question as the second time?
I do. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I wasn't going to speak a second time because many of the comments that that were made that were really regrettable and unfortunate and mischaracterizing and really just cheap. In the heart and being and core of who I am, don't often garner response from me. Because they're a waste of my breath and energy. Because I'm more interested in what the 15% and 20% have to say about why they're dissatisfied in police services. Because I know what it's like to be marginalized. Because I know what it's like to have a household that's dealing with multiple types of crises. And when you have no other service to turn to, and it fails you, or you feel unsafe by it, I've been very, very transparent in saying that I stand for excellence in public service. I will and continue to work extreme numbers of hours at the sacrifice of spending time with my family because I believe in excellence in public service. I'm here and I'm dedicated to the people I represent, and I'm fully transparent with the people I represent. They know where I stand on these issues. It's not politically convenient. It is politically inconvenient to be transparent and forthright and honest on this issue. I'm not hiding behind anything. I don't appreciate the fear-mongering or political threats that just get thrown around this table because it's convenient to back up the status quo. It is no longer going to be Nurinder staying quiet when those kind of things get said. It's politics because it's important to listen to those who have had really unfortunate experiences accessing public service and to ask the question, what can we do better? And I hear my colleagues around the table, I heard it really clearly from the mayor and I heard it really clearly from Councillor Jackson, that they're ready to have the conversation about how to make that service better. They're interested in investing in the supports and finding the gaps and making sure that community-based crisis response and supports and services are invested in. I hear you guys, and I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing what you put on the table in terms of where those dollars are going to come from in order to make sure that we're investing in our communities when they are in crisis and doing it in a way that isn't institutionalized, that isn't rooted in a charity model, that isn't rooted in a not-for-profit complex, but that is really deeply understanding that we have an obligation to build the capacity in our communities for neighbors to be able to turn to each other in moments of crisis and be able to support each other. We're doing this work on the street and in our neighborhoods at our own dime. And people are burning out. And that work deserves to be resourced because that work saves lives. It ends up being less costly in the long run. These are upstream interventions because certain communities have not had the privilege to be served well. I have a duty and obligation, perhaps as the only racialized person around this table, to say that those 15 to 20% that are dissatisfied deserve to be heard, and they deserve to have programs and services that are available to them that are designed by their lived experiences and informed by their lived experiences and no longer going to be silenced or worse, demonized as being too radical. You want to talk about leading edge programming? It looks like community-based social workers and outreach workers that come from the community that they serve, that are available, that know the people in their neighborhood, that are relational, that are not providing, that are not doing further harm and injecting further trauma into the community. This is what we're talking about. And yes, I'm passionate about it. Am I forcefully passionate about it? I don't think so. I've been pretty kind and considerate. But I will not be threatened around this table. And I will not have other people put words in my mouth. And I will continue to honorably serve my residents and be transparent about where I stand and continue to champion excellence of every public service that's available in this city and ensure that the core business of every one of these services is accessible and equitable, truly, truly equitable. Old school politics, I'm sorry, they're irrelevant on this issue now. The debate about defunding police is layered with so many other issues. And we have a duty and obligation to align our services to the population we represent. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Second time speakers, Mayor Eisenberger.
You know, so when I listen to you, I fully understand and get and appreciate and share the views that you're putting forward, because I think we're all in that position. We all want the same. And, you know, the fact that you're enunciating it doesn't make it any different for anyone else that's sitting around the table. I'm not sure who accused what of what, but the reality is that I want a police force that has a sense of social responsibility. So what I've heard from the defunding police group was demilitarize the police. Don't let them go to people in crisis, or don't have them involved in drug intervention issues, which I think is an absolutely nutty thing for people to actually espouse. We want police officers that care about their community, that care about the citizens in our community, that care about people that have drug addiction issues, that care about people that have mental health issues, that care about people that have housing insecurity issues, or are victims of domestic abuse, or are pulled into human trafficking, or pulled into pedophilia. All of those things matter, and the police service needs to care about that. They need to work on those issues every day, not just once in a while, not when a crisis happens. They're working on those issues every single day that they're in uniform or working in the building in their various police stations on all of those issues to try and mitigate and provide better outcomes for citizens in our community. So the way you characterize it is that none of that is happening, which I don't think is at all true. I don't think you believe that to be true. Can it be better? Absolutely could be better. It could always be better. And that's really what the dialogue through the Community Safety and Wellness Plan is really all about, is how do we make it better? How do we make it better together? The police are not responsible for all the social ills that are happening in our community. We're not responsible for what happens there. What we are responsible for is to ensure that we do everything possible with all of the partners that exist to try and do the very best for those people that are struggling with in whatever way that they're struggling. So I don't think you're going to get fundamental disagreement on that. I don't know why we're offside. The moment it becomes a little difficult is when people try to pit one organization against other organizations, or as Councillor Jackson puts it, I'll take it from one and try and give it to another, and that somehow is a solution to the problem. It is not. That doesn't answer the fundamental questions. So I'm all for. I think Councillor Jackson's all for. Councillor Collins is all for working through the Community Safety and Wellness Plan, working on ways that we can improve outcomes, making sure that the police aren't the last resort for every social issue that exists in our community, nor should they be, but also making sure that we have a police force that has a moral obligation and duty to look after those that are struggling in our community, just like everyone else. And so I'm fully on board. What I'm not on board for is this kind of a motion that says this will be a solution to the problem. It's not even close to a solution to any kind of problem. It's pulling from Peter to pay Paul, and somehow or another down the road, another bill is going to come when we build another police station, which is a need and demand in Flamborough, which is the need is probably now, but we're going to get there by hopefully by using some surpluses to build up a reserve that then we can fund a police station in an area that needs more policing as we stand here today. So I appreciate the effort you're putting into. I love the passion and understand this is not new councillor, old councillor issue. This is a council issue. This is not about, whether you know it better than anyone else or I know it better than anyone else. It's how do we support those people in our community that are working in these areas that need the resources to be able to do the best job possible. How do we make that happen? Collectively, we all have that responsibility. And I think collectively, we all believe what you just announced, which is we want people to have good outcomes. We want people to not be discriminated against. We want people to not be out on the street living rough. We don't want people to be intimidated, and we want them to be able to get help when they do. We want people to understand that these are, in many instances, mental health issues, and how do we help them through those issues, and what resources are available in the broader community to make sure that happens. And the police are not the ultimate answer to all of those questions, but the community at large absolutely is, and we have a collective responsibility to continue to build it. And I'll certainly commit myself. I'll let others speak for themselves, but that's been the foundation of what I've been doing here at this council for many decades, and what I will continue to do, notwithstanding the fact that some believe that this is the newest issue that's just arrived here. Because it certainly is not, and we've got a long way to go, but we need to get there together with our broader community, including a police force that understands and appreciates the humanity of all of us. So I appreciate the effort. I won't support the motion, but I certainly support the sentiment that we need to do better for all of those that are marginalized in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call the question, please.
Councillor Pearson, did you have a question? You're seconding that. Thank you. That was my intent. I thought you had a question, Councillor Partridge. Thank you. The motion's on the table. It is 8.2 if you're following along in your agenda. And I'll ask the clerk to put the vote up for us, please. It is, yeah, thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor, just a friendly reminder, it's,
Yes.
okay, I'm here still. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Councillor Marula.
Yes, and my e-scribe isn't working, so this is Councillor Collins. I'm definitely opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Pauls.
Madam Chair, I think I made a mistake in voting, I believe.
Okay, shall we redo that?
In the heat of my passionate...
That's okay. Elsie Paparola is going to redo the vote for us, and I have noted Councillor Marula and Councillor Collins's vote.
Sorry, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I don't know how. I don't need to redo the vote. I've cleared the mayor's vote because it's still open. So, Mr. Mayor, you can either vote or you can advise me how you would like to vote, and I will record it.
Okay, I don't see a vote in front of me, but I do not support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Stephanie, did you get my vote? Because I don't.
I did get your vote, Councillor. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And you got Councillor Marula's? Yep. Okay. Councillor Collins? Yep. Okay. Thank you. The vote is closed. That vote is defeated, 2-11. That motion, rather. That is the end of our agenda for today. I'd like to thank you everyone for being here. And we have one more item, of course, and that is an adjournment. So it is moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Ferguson. May I have a motion on the a vote up, please,
Madam Deputy Mayor, it's Councilor Mueller here. I'll be opposed.
to the adjournment?
To the adjournment.
I was only joking.
Oh, nice guy.
I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Votes up, folks.
Looks
Don't
like they
forget to
cancel
vote.
each other out, at
Don't
least.
forget to vote, please.
Councillor Jackson, I'm assuming you're, there you go.
Yeah.
Mayor Eisenberger, I got you. Councillor Partridge.
Safe, everyone.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Have a great weekend. Stay warm.
What do you mean weekend? I've got a plate full of work tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Well, so do I, but I mean, we're not back, everybody.
Thank you, Stephanie. You were awesome today.
You're very
Thank
welcome.
you.
Come, thank
Velour Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.